Chapter 837. God Maha was different from other gods. He could see far ahead, which was why he could become the king of myriad gods. Furthermore, his cultivation base wasn't at the celestial sovereign realm, but the heavenly longevity realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to command the demon realm. Although he had been sealed for a long time, it was actually a form of training for him. Inside God Ma's body, countless streams of energy were sucked in and out, gradually condensing into strands of the boundless universe power. His cultivation base was actually higher than Old Man Primitive's. If the world changed in time, and he encountered some fortuitous encounter, he might very well step into the sky origin realm. Since ancient times, no one had been able to cultivate to the sky origin realm. But now that the world was changing, heroes were emerging, and the chaos was growing fiercer and fiercer, all sorts of impossible things were becoming possible. Star profundities are still being reincarnated. There will be more than a yuan's worth of reincarnated stars appearing, said the chaotic demonic ape. Right now, the number of reincarnated stars that the Calmness Immortal Agency has subdued is actually very small, so it's nothing to worry about. But that's exactly what I'm worried about. That Guchan Sha is very resourceful, and the Lord of Seven Stars, Zhugia, is even more extraordinary. He has unfathomable profundities. I'm afraid he's planning something big. We have to be on guard. This king will personally collect reincarnated stars and gradually take control of the Calmness Immortal Agency. Right now, Zhugia has set up a constellation department within the agency, which is filled with reincarnated stars. They're still in the process of collecting them. I'll infiltrate the department and take control of it. I'll make the Calmness Immortal Agency suffer the consequences of its actions. Heavenly King Jin, the ordinary youth, was very confident. The reason I haven't made a move yet is because you true gods are offering sacrifices to my Dragon Gate. I'm going to refine the power of the sacrifices and transform it to upgrade the Dragon Gate. Primordial Dragon Sect, transform. Buzz, at Heavenly King Jin's command, the entire Dragon Gate began to absorb the chaotic energy like it was nothing. Countless spaces were born, stacked on top of each other, each filled with all sorts of life force. 0, 9, small, say, net. All of you will occupy a space in the chaotic Dragon Gate and recultivate your God Nation. Worship this Dragon Gate. Do not neglect it. In the future, the chaotic Dragon Gate will be the gateway of the heavenly court to the myriad worlds. It is extremely important. If you can strengthen this gate, not only will it be a great merit, but it will also be more convenient for your descendants to enter the heavenly court in the future, Heavenly King Jin said. God Maha and God Ape exchanged a glance with a helpless expression. It was clear that Heavenly King Jin wanted them to obediently stay in the Dragon Gate and provide sacrifices. In other words, they were being raised like pigs. Now that Heavenly King Jin had received the support of so many true gods, the might of the primeval dragon sect would only grow stronger. If this continued, his power might very well be comparable to chaotic Heavenly King and Heavenly King Daluo in the future. In the future, his status in the Heavenly Court would rise very quickly. After the Heavenly Court was established in the future, there would also be fights between Heavenly Kings, which would then lead to wars between the myriad worlds. Although God Maha and God Ape wanted to break away from Heavenly King Jin and run their own businesses to quickly increase their strength, they had no other choice. It was impossible for them to escape from Heavenly King Jin, and they could be killed at any time. Therefore, they could only find a space to stay and worship. Heavenly King Jin saw that the Dragon Gate had completely stabilized, and the energy in his body transformed, causing his cultivation to increase. Boundless force was brewing in his body, and he would soon reach the heaven primordial realm. After receiving the worship of close to 3,000 true gods, Heavenly King Jin activated the Dragon Gate to baptize himself. In an instant, his Heavenly King origin was nourished and strengthened, giving him enough capital. Whoosh! The Dragon Gate spun and shrank until it turned into a rune invisible to the naked eye. It entered Heavenly King Jin's glabella and merged with his will. Then, he left the ancient starry sky and quietly descended. At the same time, in the branch of the Celestial Tranquility Department in Fazhou City, a youth named Chu Feng suddenly trembled as if he had changed into a different person. His eyes opened, and an undetectable strange smile appeared on his face. The Celestial Tranquility Department is indeed powerful. The central plains of the Divine Continent, the desolate wilderness, and the desolate ocean are all shrouded by it. Even ants can be clearly seen when they move. Fusing with the data of the King of Common Life, I can calculate in an instant and eliminate all hidden dangers. However, there's a flaw. If a heavenly venerable deliberately hides, they might not be able to detect it. Of course, there's also Gu Chinch's calculation. That person is terrifying, and he can even calculate me at any time. However, now that I've received close to 3,000 true gods worship, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds. I'll find a chance to subdue this person and make him my subordinate. Then, my status will rise to a terrifying realm in the future. I'm not planning to destroy the Celestial Tranquility Department, but to make it my subordinate. It's not certain who will become the Emperor of Heaven in the future. The youth Chu Feng that Heavenly King Jin had transformed into had been hiding in the Celestial Tranquility Department for a long time. At this moment, he had decided to go all out in the Celestial Tranquility Department. At the headquarters of the Celestial Tranquility Department, high up in the sky of the Divine Central Continent, a little Hongmeng tree was faintly discernible. Inside the little Hongmeng tree, Zhuge Wenhong, longevity god, god of 5 seasons, Luyu, Ling Xiaofei, Chang Wuxiu, and the others had gathered to discuss an important matter. We've already established the Constellation Department to gather all the reincarnated Xing Chun together. Zhuge Ye looked at the core members of the Celestial Tranquility Department and said, there are a total of 1 yuan of reincarnated Xing Chun. They haven't appeared yet, but it's very likely that they've already appeared among the common people. Once the Emperor of Heaven is born, all these people will awaken and form a force to resist us. What we need to do is to gather all these people and have them completely acknowledge our ideals. That's right. Although I'm a reincarnated spirit star and flying star, I should have held a position in the heavenly court in the future. However, I gave up on that and joined the Celestial Tranquility Department to escape my fate and create a brand new self, Ling Xiaofei said firmly. Me too. Chang Wutiu had a cold smile on his face. Unfortunately, many people are still hoping for that illusory heavenly court. Instead of hoping for the future, we might as well seize the present. Right now, our Celestial Tranquility Department's power is already established, and the devil calamity isn't a problem. Once we eliminate the devils one by one and occupy the countless devil domains, our imperial court will truly be able to conquer the countless worlds and finally achieve our ideals. Once we gather a total of 1 yuan of reincarnated Xingchun and worship them all, the power of our Celestial Tranquility Department will increase by many times, when Hong said. My myriad star, flying immortal art, will also reach true perfection. These are the reincarnated Xing Chun who have recently awakened among the common people. Many of them haven't reported it to us and are hiding themselves. Clearly, they have ulterior motives, so we have to make a move. In the past, our strategy was to observe in secret and let nature take its course. But not now. We have to bring them all into our Celestial Tranquility Department system, and they have to offer sacrifices to us. If they aren't sincere, we have to seize their profoundness and erase their thoughts. Longevity God's expression was very grim. The 36th year of the Heavenly Talisman is coming, and the great changes of the world are about to begin. We have to be aware of the internal instability. If there are no internal problems, and we work together, even if the Emperor of Heaven comes out and becomes our enemy, we will still be as stable as a mountain. As he spoke, Longevity God took out a list of names. The stars on this list flickered, and many names appeared one by one. Sometimes, a few more names would be added. These were the identities of all the reincarnated Xing Chun in the Central Divine Continent. Some of them were hidden, not revealing their identities, but they had no idea that their every move was being observed by the Celestial Tranquility Department. Zhuge took the list and quickly scanned it. Every day, several hundred reincarnated Xing are awakening, but only a few come to report to our Celestial Tranquility Department. The others are all hiding. It seems that our Celestial Tranquility Department's ideals haven't truly taken root in the hearts of the people. Those people all have selfish motives. There's nothing we can do about people's selfishness. When people are the first to obtain great benefits, they will choose to hide and not be discovered by others. This is also human nature. When Hong said, "We will first promote these people who report on their own and use them as role models. Then, we will have them look for other people to educate them." As soon as this person called Chu Feng woke up, he immediately reported to us that he is the reincarnation of Yuan Do Star. Zhuge looked at one of the names, and a careless smile appeared on his face. This person can be promoted to the upper echelons of our constellation department. Yuan Do Star is extremely vast, and its star power is tyrannical. Not bad. When Hong also smiled, it seems that Mr. Zhuge can personally discuss with this Chu Feng. That's right. Zhuge suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, a passageway appeared in front of him. The space around him changed, and he arrived in a space outside the small Hongmeng tree. Inside this space, a youth looked around with a somewhat terrified expression. It seemed like he had never seen such a grand scene before. Zhuge appeared, looked at the youth, and asked, "You are Chu Feng? You reported on your own, and you are the reincarnation of Yuan Do Star? Many reincarnated Xing Chun choose to hide after awakening, but you actually reported it. From this, it can be seen that your loyalty is commendable. Do you know why I summoned you here?" Chapter 838. Chu Feng lowered his head, looking a bit terrified. "Your subordinate doesn't know what you're planning, Your Excellency. I only know how to obey orders. Whatever the higher-ups tell me to do, I'll do it." "Good," Zhuge said. "You really are the reincarnation of the Origin Do Star. Your aura is very strong, and your position among the stars is quite high. As you know, the Celestial Commerce Department has established the Constellation Division, which specializes in monitoring the reincarnated stars. Then we'll try to rope them in and convince them to submit to us. You took the initiative to report that you've awakened the profound truths of the stars. That's a great merit. I'm going to promote you to one of the higher-ups of the Constellation Division, and then you'll try to rope in the reincarnated stars. What do you think?" "I'm willing to serve you, Your Excellency. I'll share the nation's worries, and I'll put my life on the line for the Celestial Commerce Department," Chu Feng shouted. "That's right. Of course, you'll also have your colleagues." Zhuge waved his hand, and suddenly 7 or 8 more youths appeared in the space. There were both men and women, and Chu Feng went over. They were all people who had automatically reported that they were Xing Chen's reincarnations. "Your subordinates pay their respects to the Lord of 7 Stars." The reincarnated stars bowed. "You are all talented pillars of the nation. In the future, you will stand at the peak of all living beings and lead them to the ultimate glory." Zhuge looked them over one by one. "Now, follow me and swear an oath. After that, the Constellation Division will officially be established. You will all become important figures in the division." "Yes, Your Excellency." They all bowed, and Chu Feng did the same. Zhuge faced the void and began to lead them in their oaths. "The boundless universe is everlasting, and the Supreme Man is limitless. The boundless divine continent is filled with suffering and suffering. I save the common people and advance courageously. For the sake of the common people, I risk life and limb. I defend my country, and my soul returns home. Ancient oaths, mighty wills, and indestructible souls all emanated from his voice." Chu Feng's heart trembled. He activated a concealment technique and began to swear an oath. These oaths converged into power and surged into the other space of the little Hongmeng tree, causing changes. After a long time, the oath was completed. A strange smile appeared on Zhuge Yu's face. "All right, the oath is complete. You can go do what you need to do now." The newly established Constellation Department has already communicated with the King of Common Life, and you will be able to obtain all sorts of data regarding the reincarnated stars. Based on this data, you will definitely succeed. There are only 2 months left until the 36th year of the Heavenly Talisman. We will definitely not let you down. All the reincarnators of Xing, Chun shouted in unison, like an army. If that's the case, you guys can go back to work. Zhuge nodded. These people immediately left this space. After they left, Zhuge took a deep breath and extracted the power of will from their oaths. One of them was sparkling, and it was simply the most dazzling pearl in the world. Qinsha was right. This Chu Feng is the true body of the Heavenly King of Jin. Although he concealed his origin, he didn't expect that Qinsha would use the sacrifice of the desolate old man to infiltrate his dragon gate and even his primordial spirit, allowing his oath to contain his origin power. This means that the Heavenly King of Jin has unknowingly sworn loyalty to the Celestial Peace Department and the Imperial Court. Once this karma is established, he basically has nowhere to run or hide. As for me, I can use this oath to break through the realm and become a celestial venerable. Zhuge moved his palm, and the resplendent pearl and Heavenly King of Jin Chu Feng's oath fused with his body. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Rumble. It was as if heaven and earth were exploding. Inside Zhuge's body, wind and clouds surged. Thunder rumbled, and heaven and earth were flipped upside down. All of the tribulations gathered above his head and transformed into a canopy. Tribulations are for me to use. Numbers are for me to calculate. Tribulations are good fortune. Canopy of heaven and earth gather above. Zhuge laughed heartily as the aura of an outlier appeared around him. Boundless astral power was born inside of him. His body was no longer just a pair of 7 stars, but an entire starry sky. Heavenly King of Jin's oath had finally allowed him to understand some of his paths. He had broken through the shackles of fate, become an outlier, and become a celestial venerable. He was no longer the Lord of 7 stars, but he was much more powerful. He had broken free from the blessing of the Tao of Heaven. He was like a caterpillar that had transformed into a butterfly that had broken out of its cocoon and soared through the sky. Today, I become a celestial venerable. Zhuge's body flickered, and his power was like a heavenly waterfall, like the tides of the universe. He bowed slightly, and countless worlds and space-time appeared in front of him. He could even see the threads of the Tao of Heaven, as well as future variables. The power of the sacrifice surged out of him, surpassing all of the Celestials in the Celestial Calmness Department. The Celestial Calmness Department now had Celestial Sage Marshal, Chong Wei-yong, Do Yu, and the King of Common Life. But now, the power of the 4 Celestials combined couldn't compare to Zhuge, nor could it compare to Zhuge. It was obvious how powerful Zhuge had become after becoming a Celestial Venerable. After all, there was no way Zhuge, the Lord of 7 stars, could become a celestial venerable. That was fate. He had broken through the shackles of fate, and his accomplishments far surpassed anyone's imagination. Congratulations! You've finally become a celestial venerable. Wen Hong was the first to arrive. I'm ashamed to have only broken through now. I don't have much time left. Zhuge said, if Grand Preceptor Wen breaks through, you'll definitely be ahead of me. After all, your fate is that of a son of heaven. You'll be shackled more heavily than I am. I feel like it's almost time. I hope I can break through and become a celestial venerable within the next 2 months. Otherwise, when the tribulation of the Heavenly Talisman descends in 36 years, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble. Even my nascent divinity and thoughts will be influenced by the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven is already in our Celestial Calmness Department, but we still haven't found him. That's a huge hidden danger. I suspect that aside from the Gate, Jin Heavenly King, the other Heavenly Kings are also in hiding. After all, Qinsha hasn't become a Celestial Venerable yet, so his calculations aren't strong enough. If only he could become a Celestial Venerable. Zhuge knew that his own ascension couldn't compare to Gu Chen's. Only if Gu Chansha became a celestial venerable would the celestial calmness department be truly stable. Otherwise, it would still be a bit unstable. After all, the four wilds had fallen into the hands of others, and the divine continent's essence had yet to truly be refined by Gu Chansha. Once the Emperor of Heaven was born, the divine continent and the Emperor of Heaven would fuse together. That would result in an extremely terrifying change. No matter what, the celestial calmness department's strength has been strengthened further. With the worship of the 5 celestial venerables, the little Hongmeng tree can evolve further and start to transform into the real Hongmeng tree. It might even surpass the Hongmeng tree. There's also another matter, and that's the reincarnation of the endless treasures. Currently, Chansha has collected 20 endless treasures. The endless heart, endless sword, and endless blade are still wandering outside. Apart from these 3, there are still 13 endless treasures that haven't appeared. I think these treasures should have appeared by now. One Hong said, once we gather all 36 endless treasures, we can open the door to the heavenly realm and obtain the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. As long as Chansha sits on the throne and suppresses it, refining it, and obtaining power, he can overturn the heavenly Tao. Then, even if the Emperor of Heaven appears, he won't have anything to fear. I'm watching closely. However, you're still better at handling this matter. I have to keep a close eye on the Heavenly King of Jin's movements. Many of the reincarnated Xing Chun don't want to expose their whereabouts. If the Celestial Calmness Department goes to look for them and force them, it'll be hard to avoid some bad karma and trouble. It's better to let the Heavenly King of Jin deceive them. That way, not only will all the sins fall on him, but we can also use his power to quickly gather the reincarnated Xing Chun, Zhuge Ye said. That's just one aspect. The most important thing is to lure the Heavenly King of Primal Chaos, the Heavenly King of Grand Overarching, the Heavenly King of Donghua, and the Heavenly King of Wisdom out. These Heavenly Kings might still be waiting for an opportunity, but I don't believe they'll hold back and let the Heavenly King of Jin keep increasing his power. Now, the Heavenly King of Jin has nearly 3,000 true god sacrifices. In time, the primitive dragon sect will become stronger and stronger, and they'll be able to compete with the top-ranked Heavenly Kings. If we let the Heavenly King of Jin obtain the reincarnated Xing Chun of 1 Yuan, then he'll basically be able to compete with the Heavenly King of Primal Chaos, or even surpass him. When Hong said, this is Chincha's plan, he can increase the stakes for the Heavenly King of Jin. These Heavenly Kings won't be able to tolerate it and will naturally appear. Let's wait and see. Zhuge Ye laughed and said, in order to gain our trust, the Heavenly King of Jin has to constantly offer sacrifices. He thinks that the power of the sacrifices is fake, but he doesn't know that under Chincha's deceptive plan, all his sacrifices are carried out by his own origin. That means we have the sacrifices of the Heavenly King of Jin. That's right. At this time, Lu Baiwa also appeared. Her aura also seemed to indicate that she was about to break through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm at any time. After a long time, about 10 days to half a month, the Heavenly King of Jin will be bewitched by Chansha. All the true god sacrifices in the primordial dragon gate will be transferred to us. In this way, I can use the enormous power to push the great god massacre to the Heavenly Venerable Realm and break through the outliers. The Great God Massacre art originally had the word God Massacre in it. Since the true God sacrifices submitted to its power, the art would naturally advance. Once Lu Baiwa ascended to the Heavenly Venerable Realm, she would most likely be even more powerful than Wen Hong. In this case, the Heavenly King of Jin will be a piece of juicy meat for us. Not only will we not touch him now, but we will also do our best to nurture him and help him improve and ascend again. We will make him so terrifying that even a chaotic Heavenly King can't help but come out to stop him. We will then capture all the Heavenly Kings in one fell swoop. Once we defeat them, with the sacrifices of these Heavenly Kings, Chansha should be able to break through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Zhuge Ye waved his hand, and the figure of Chu Feng, instantly appeared in front of everyone. Announcement. This site recommends a free app. Say goodbye to all advertisements. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. App Sid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 839. Guchensh's plans were interconnected. He had already obtained the loyalty of the Punisher Heavenly King. Every day, the sacrificial power was gathered in the little Hongmeng tree. After refining it, he extracted the essence and sent it into the divine land gourd, causing its power to increase. Now that Heavenly King of Jin had fallen into his trap, the essence of the sacrificial power had fallen into the hands of the calming celestial department. Zhuge Ye extracted this power and broke through to the heavenly lord realm. The tranquil immortal department currently had 5 Empyreans. In ancient times, they could already penetrate through the heavens and earth. Even now, they could absolutely dominate the world. However, if they wanted to rely on this little bit of power to contend with the Sky Emperor and seize and suppress the future heavenly court, that was far from enough. Gu Chensha was in Xin Prefecture City looking up at the stars. Occasionally, there would be shooting stars streaking across the sky and landing on the divine land before disappearing. He knew that another star-reincarnated person had appeared. In the past, he couldn't see the descent of the stars or who the reincarnated person was. Now, he could clearly see who the reincarnated person was. After obtaining the loyalty of the Heavenly King of Jin, his cultivation base was about to break through to the Tao Realm 35 transformation, the Chaos Dust Realm. Once he reached this realm, his cultivation base would explode once more and the circulation of his strength would give off a terrifying feeling. In order to numb the calming celestial department, the Heavenly King of Jin, Chu Feng, had to continuously offer sacrifices. Between the sacrifices, it was of great help to Gu Qinsha. At the same time, the Punisher Heavenly King Gu Xinjian was managing the Great Burning Empire and was slowly gaining momentum. He was feigning civility with the Great Burning Heavenly King Xiaoyan. The number of sacrifices also slowly increased. Hundreds of billions of people exploded out and huge amounts of sacrifices surged into the little Hongmeng tree, causing its reserves to become extremely vast. Not to mention anything else, Gu Chensha could now use the power of the sacrifices to unleash a few more moves of the Emperor of Heaven's wrath. Its strength was even greater than the great 1,000 primordial dragon lightning. In the future, apart from the Emperor of Heaven, there's also the Emperor of Heaven's harem. The Lord of the Sun and the Moon is equivalent to the Prime Minister. His cultivation base controls the Sun and the Moon, as well as the movement of the stars. His strength is equivalent to the amalgamation of many old fogies in the primordial heaven stage. As for the 9 heavenly kings, all of them were at the peak of the divine prime realm, and they wielded enormous dharma treasures of the boundless world level. Below them are many true gods, celestial sovereigns, and immortal officials. If the heavenly court really appears in the future, even if we don't include the Emperor of Heaven, its scale and strength are far beyond what we can compare to. Even if our tranquil immortal department and the imperial court were to join forces, we wouldn't even be able to compare to 1,000th of the future heavenly court. Gu Chensha calculated their strength. His current cultivation could rival those in the sky origin stage, and he could even defeat them. He calculated that he was almost on par with the future chaotic king in his heyday. If he ascended to the celestial master realm, it would not be a problem for him to sweep away the 9 heavenly kings at their peak, and he could also suppress the future master of the sun and moon. But if he wanted to defeat the future Emperor of Heaven at his peak, even if he cultivated to the celestial master realm, it would still be impossible. Even if he went one step further and cultivated to the heaven longevity realm and the divine prime realm, it would still be impossible for him to defeat the future Emperor of Heaven at his peak, unless he cultivated to the celestial realm. Of course, if the current Emperor of Heaven appeared, his strength would not be comparable to the future Emperor of Heaven at his peak. But what Gu Chensha was worried about was that after the Emperor of Heaven was born, he would ascend very quickly, and his own ascension speed would be slow, and he would not be able to keep up with the Emperor of Heaven's footsteps. If that happened, not only would he not be able to suppress the Emperor of Heaven, but he would also be suppressed by the Emperor of Heaven. As for the others, Gu Qinsha was confident that he could kill, suppress, and deal with them. Even the Sun Moon Lord Gu Tiansha, Gu Qinsha was confident that he could subdue him now because he had devoured 1/10 of Gu Tiansha's origin source. After obtaining a huge advantage, he already had the upper hand. But this person was also a thorny problem. Of course, he was only thorny and not a huge threat. Only the Emperor of Heaven, Gu Qinsha, really did not have the confidence to suppress, kill, or subdue him. This was not because Gu Qinsha's character was not firm, but because he was calm and rational in analyzing his strength. But Gu Qinsha was thinking of a series of methods, and he was still in the process of improving. First, he had to ascend to the Celestial Master Realm, comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and surpass the Sacred Dragon, so that everyone in the world could become a divergent. Then, he could gather the power of worship, and by relying on the power of worship, Gu Qinsha would once again evolve to the point where he could compete with the Emperor of Heaven. At least, he had found a way to deal with the Emperor of Heaven. Generally speaking, the purity of the power of worship was much higher than that of the innate saints, because divergents did not even respect the heavenly way and were existences that defied the heavenly way. Therefore, divergents would not worship any existences. Since ancient times, almost no one could receive the worship of divergents. If Gu Qinsha turned all the people of China into divergents, the power of worship would be enough to go against the heavens. But now, all the people of China were not geniuses, but the difference between divergents was too great. But Gu Qinsha was confident that he could improve the people of China. 10 million changes, worship to obtain. 3,000 true gods, steal the power of heaven. There are 5 thieves in the sky, see them and prosper. Gu Qinsha revolved his cultivation, and suddenly a thought of his connected to the chaotic dragon gate, and went to the deepest part of the chaotic dragon gate. Then, Gu Qinsha saw the vast power of worship, which was close to the sacrifice of 3,000 true gods. Steal the sun. In an instant, Gu Qinsha started to absorb the power of worship, and then he used his will to simulate the power of worship. It was still in the chaotic dragon gate, and Chu Feng could not feel it. This was equivalent to Gu Qinsha entering the silver vault, stealing a large amount of silver, and then using mud to make it look like silver, and then painting it with a layer of silver paint, passing it off as pearls. This was equivalent to 3,000 true gods worshipping him. At that moment, Gu Qinsha felt extremely satisfied. The true god worship was simply unparalleled. Breakthrough. Waves of power reached Gu Qinsha's main body. In an instant, Gu Qinsha's body suddenly turned into billions of dust, and each dust turned into a world. This world was not an illusion, but a real world. This world kept spinning, changing, and finally gathered. At first, it evolved into the power of medium thousand, and then it gave birth to the power of major thousand. He had reached the 35th transformation, the primordial speck. However, he was clearly at the 35th transformation, and yet he could give birth to the power of major thousand. This was simply unimaginable. Once he reached the 35th transformation, Gu Qinsha's strength skyrocketed once again. At this level, Gu Qinsha was even more confident in capturing the chaotic dragon gate and refining it. Right now, the core control of the chaotic dragon gate was basically under Gu Qinsha's control. As Gu Qinsha stole more and more of the worship from the 3,000 true gods, his control would increase. When he reached 50%, he would be able to refine, suppress, and subjugate all the heavenly kings of Jin. He could play with them however he wanted. Just a bit more, and I'll be able to cultivate to the 36th transformation, the level of embodiment transformation. This level is also very beneficial to me. Once I reach this level, I'll be only one step away from becoming a celestial. Gu Qinsha thought to himself, once I become a celestial, I can do many things. All of this depended on the heavenly king of Jin Men. Heavenly King Jin lured out Heavenly King Primal Chaos, Heavenly King Zenith, Heavenly King Dong Hua, and Heavenly King Wisdom. In addition, Heavenly King Dong Hua controls the Hongmeng tree. When he is born, the Hongmeng tree that the three celestial masters have painstakingly cultivated will fall into his hands. The three celestial masters will definitely not give up on the Hongmeng tree. As a result, there will be a huge battle. I can use this opportunity to obtain more things. Also, the Great Spirit God, this time I have your core. Let's see how you can escape. When I gain complete control of the untainted desolate dragon sect, it will be the time of your death. Now, I will let you live a little longer. Among the close to 3,000 true gods, the Great Spirit God was among them. The sacrifice of the Great Spirit God was also captured by Gu Qinsha. Through this sacrifice, Gu Qinsha could make the Great Spirit God die without a burial place and completely control him. But now, Gu Qinsha could not act rashly and alert the enemy, which would ruin his plan to obtain the untainted desolate dragon sect. After obtaining the untainted desolate dragon sect, Gu Qinsha could use the power of the dragon sect to quickly turn people into geniuses, peerless geniuses, and even natural-born saints. Although Gu Qinsha wanted to capture and kill the Great Spirit God immediately, he had to endure for now. Then, Gu Qinsha's consciousness came out and focused on Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng was talking to the reincarnated Xing Chun. In the depths of the bottomless sea of sin, many experts were fighting in the demon realm. If one wanted to improve quickly, fighting with the demon race was the best way. The first was to gain battle experience, the second was to exchange merit for wealth, and the third was to use the demon race as sacrifices to the calming celestial department. The calming celestial department had a huge manufacturing system that mimicked the Tao. As long as people killed demons and sacrificed them, they would be able to obtain some of the things they wanted. At the same time, the calming celestial department also had a trading system. Numerous people could trade on this platform. Just like that, the market became really lively. In the fifth layer, there were many demon race people, and those who could come here were all experts. Chu Feng was talking to a teen. This young man actually exuded waves of chaotic aura. Clearly, his power had already reached the Tao realm's 29 transformations, comprehending primordial chaos. He was only a step away from reaching the divine realm's 30 transformations, world creation. Even now, God realm experts were still giants. Within this teen source, there was a giant star source. Chapter 840. The martial song star and the civil song star occupied an extremely important position among the reincarnations of the many stars. It could even be said that the heavenly court would control many worlds in the future. In the future, the heavenly court would often send down the civil song star and the civil song star to assist the heavenly court in judging the world. The civil song star had already been taken in by the calming immortal department. He was the eternal song star and worked for the imperial court wholeheartedly. However, the reincarnation of the civil song star had yet to appear. The civil song star was a rare talent. If he was taken in by the emperor, he could improve the country's martial spirit and prolong the country's martial fortune. The civil song star, on the other hand, improved the country's literary fortune, enriched its foundation, deepened its culture, and strengthened its cohesiveness. Not only would the people feel proud, but it would also have the fortune of a great country. If the civil song star and the civil song star worked together, the country's fortune would increase by at least 30%. Take the Central Plains, for example. Actually, there have been the reincarnations of the civil song star and the civil song star in every dynasty. This was especially true during the era of the ancient Emperor of Heaven. After the civil song star and the civil song star were reincarnated, whichever imperial court they joined would basically be recognized as the orthodox imperial court. Their legitimacy was second only to the heavenly sacrifice decree. Chu Feng, who was the heavenly king of Jin, had come into contact with the civil song star. Gu Qinsha was secretly observing. If he could get the civil song star to join the calming immortal department and publish some news with a martial song star and eternal song star, he could make the people believe that the calming immortal department was the orthodox imperial court. This way, the people would feel more at ease. Gu Chansha could even make a series of moves to make the people believe that he was the emperor of heaven and that the calming immortal department was the future heavenly court. Of course, this was not to confuse the people. After all, the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. No one could tell what the future would bring. If Gu Chansha defeated the emperor of heaven and subdued the 9 heavenly kings, he would become the true emperor of heaven. Meanwhile, the emperor of heaven who had yet to appear among the people would instead become a calamity, the greatest tumor. Thus, Gu Chansha wanted to do everything possible to weaken the emperor of heaven and the future heavenly court from the people's hearts. This Chu Feng also knows how dangerous it is. Gu Chansha observed carefully. He definitely won't let this reincarnated literati star join the calming immortal department. Let's see what tricks he has up his sleeves. He even wanted to take Chang Wutiu as his subordinate and worship the primitive Dragon Gate and the heavenly king of Jin himself. Originally, in the future heaven court, it was not his authority to manage the stars, but the authority of the master of the sun and moon. Now that he has taken Chang Wutiu as his subordinate, he could take over the authority of the master of the sun and moon to improve his own strength. In this chaotic world, it is the best time to take advantage of this opportunity. In the infernal domain, Chu Feng, who was the heavenly king of Jin, looked at the reincarnated literati star and waited for his reply. You must be Chu Feng, the reincarnated Yuando star. The reincarnated youth of literati star said, I heard that the tranquil immortal department has recently established a constellation department, wanting to rope in all the reincarnated people of Xingchun, then worship the tranquil immortal department and Gu Chansha. I have a question, and that is, in the past, the tranquil immortal department has always been secretly monitoring the movements of these reincarnated stars and has never interfered with their freedom. Why did they suddenly establish the constellation department and want to draw everyone into it? Good question. An unfathomable smile appeared on the face of Chu Feng, who is the heavenly king of Jin. Perhaps the world is about to undergo a great change. The true emperor of heaven is about to be born, and the world is going to be turned upside down. They are afraid that the reincarnated people of Xingchun will bring chaos to the world. So the tranquil immortal department wants to eliminate the source of the chaos. In that case, the tranquil immortal department wants to eliminate us. The reincarnated youth of literati star was puzzled. He felt that something was wrong with Chu Feng's tone. From Chu Feng's tone, the reincarnated youth of literati star felt that this person was not loyal to the tranquil immortal department. Let me ask you now, will you join the tranquil immortal department? Chu Feng did not answer and asked directly. Of course not. I'll stay out of it and observe the situation. The reincarnated youth of literati star looked at Chu Feng and said, right now, there's indeed a huge rumor among the people that the tranquil immortal department is going against the heavens. In the 36th year of the heavenly talisman, the emperor of heaven will be born and eliminate the calamity. The divine continent will rise to become the celestial court. As long as one can eliminate the tranquil immortal department or rebel against it, they will obtain great merit. Those who are in cahoots with the tranquil immortal department will fall into an endless hell and suffer for eternity. They will never be able to get out of this predicament, and they can neither live nor die. Admittedly, this is just a rumor, but we are all reincarnated people of Xingchun. During our cultivation, we can faintly sense many things that will happen in the future. Since you are the reincarnated origin do star, you should feel the same as me. If you don't join the tranquil immortal department, you will die. A cruel smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. This is an order from Gu Chansha. He will not allow anyone with ill intentions or those who do not agree with him to stay in this world. The 36th year of the heavenly talisman is about to arrive, and a great purge of the imperial court has begun. Is this really the intention of the tranquil immortal department? The reincarnated youth of the literati star frowned. From what I know, the Tranquil Immortal Department's ideology is not like this. However, since you have grievances in your heart, it is obvious that you were forced to join the Tranquil Immortal Department. If this is true, then I can say that the Tranquil Immortal Department is about to be destroyed, and they have begun to go crazy. Then what will you choose? Chu Feng asked mysteriously. I will not submit even if I die. I will hide far away and leave the divine prefecture. The reincarnated youth of the literati star said resolutely. You think you can run away? Chu Feng laughed loudly. That Gu Chinch's strength is enough to allow him to travel through the myriad realms. There is no place in this world that he cannot go. Moreover, he has almost gathered all of the endless treasures. He can do as he pleases in the heaven realm. There is nowhere for you to run and nowhere for you to hide. Since you are so calm, it seems like you definitely have a plan. The reincarnated youth of the literati stars seem to have understood something. Moreover, your every move is under the supervision of the Tranquil Immortal Department. However, you still dare to speak ill of the Tranquil Immortal Department without the slightest scruple. It seems like you have the ability to avoid the supervision of the Tranquil Immortal Department. Under the supervision of the Tranquil Immortal Department, the heavenly net is practically everywhere. You actually have this kind of ability. It seems like you are not as simple as the reincarnated Yuan Do star. If my guess is correct, you can find me today to rope me in and fight against the Tranquil Immortal Department's rule together. Am I right? Clap, clap. Chu Feng applauded. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the reincarnated literati star. You are much more intelligent than the martial star. It seems like I made a good choice to find you first. Next, I will look for the celestial secret star, celestial intelligence star, celestial intelligence star, celestial divination star, celestial E-star, and other stars that possess intelligence and wisdom. If I gather them together, they will be able to provide me with many suggestions. Who are you? The reincarnated youth of the literati star asked. Me? Chu Feng transmitted a will into his sea of consciousness. Follow me. We will build the future heavenly court together. You will definitely be able to obtain more. The reincarnated youth of the literati star gasped in surprise. So, my lord, is actually the heavenly king of Jin. Your subordinate pays his respects to you, but you'd better collect the person who reincarnated from the martial song star as well. The combined power of the civil song star and the martial song star will be 10 times greater than what I can exert alone. It will also be of great use in managing the world and governing the divine land. There is no need for you to tell me this. I will naturally make contact with Chong Wuziu. I must subdue this person. Listen to my orders now. Disguise yourself and join the Tranquil Immortal Department. Assist me in controlling the entire Constellation Department. When the time comes, we will wipe out the entire Tranquil Immortal Department in one fell swoop. This merit will be rewarded according to merit in the future. When the heavenly Tao descends, your position will most likely be unfettered. Chu Feng tried his best to bewitch him. However, if I join the Tranquil Immortal Department, I will have to carry out a sacrifice. Once I carry out the sacrifice, it will be equivalent to acknowledging the ideals of the Tranquil Immortal Department. In this way, I will not be able to escape the karmic entanglement between me and the Tranquil Immortal Department. There is no harm in doing so. First, carry out the sacrifice to me and the primordial dragon sect. Chu Feng had already thought it through. I will use a secret technique to condense the power of the sacrifice and inject it into the Tranquil Immortal Department's primordial tree. This way, I can steal the sky and change the sun without being discovered. This is the highest realm of mind deceiving. This way, it will be flawless. The reincarnated youth of the literati star revealed a joyful expression. Gu Chunsha withdrew his gaze. Chu Feng's trick was completely within his grasp. However, he now had an even deeper layer of worry. Countless reincarnated stars receive guidance from the unseen world. They distanced themselves from the Tranquil Immortal Department and waited for the Emperor of Heaven to descend. This kind of thinking was deeply rooted in the depths of their minds. It was very difficult to clear it. It could be said to be their fate and mission. While Gu Qinsha could indeed allow them to sever the threads of fate, a large portion of them would not be willing. This kind of situation was really problematic. Gu Qinsha temporarily didn't touch Chu Feng and told him to continue to recruit these people. This was because he had recruited the reincarnated stars and obtained the sacrifices. But in the end, it was all for Gu Qinsha. He definitely didn't know that Gu Qinsha could use the sacrifices of the primordial dragon sect. The 3,000 true god sacrifices allowed Gu Qinsha to directly break through to the Tao Realm 35 transformation. In the future, with the worship of the 3,000 true gods, Gu Qinsha would be able to reach the Tao Realm 36 transformations. Looks like I have to ask Zhuge Ye to promote Chu Feng again, give him more power, and let him collect more people who have reincarnated from the stars. This way, the other heavenly kings will appear. Apart from that, what about Do Yu? Gu Qinsha placed his thoughts on the other side. That was news about Do Yu and the Three Sky Venerables. In Black Heaven and Earth Sect, within an ancient hall was where the Three Sky Venerables lived. At this moment, the Three Sky Venerables and Do Yu were talking. Father and the two uncles. Do Yu spoke with fervor and assurance. When I escaped from the Celestial Tranquility Department, I received news that Heavenly King Donghua, the future third in the celestial heavens, has been born. Heavenly King Donghua is the being who controls the Hongmeng tree. After he is born, the first thing he will do is take back the Hongmeng tree. Chapter 841. You escaped from the Celestial Commerce Department. Looks like you know a lot. I didn't expect you to be the Punisher Heavenly King's mother. No wonder the immortal, slaying god, Gord, listens to your orders. Unfortunately, the Punisher Heavenly King has emerged, and the Gord has fallen into Gu Qinsha's hands. Primeval Ancient looked at Do Yu and sensed her aura. She had nothing to do with the Celestial Commerce Department, and her fate wasn't connected to it. The Punisher Heavenly King's name is Gu Xingjian. He was sent by Gu Qinsha to take control of the Inferno continent and increase the number of people in the Celestial Commerce Department. However, I don't think the Punisher Heavenly King will side with Gu Qinsha. As a Heavenly King, he will be an invincible existence when the Heavenly Court is established. What good will it do to side with Gu Qinsha? Heavenly Lord Putua asked. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about our control of the Hongmeng tree, Do Yu said. What did father and uncles say about Heavenly King Donghua? Ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Victorious battle laughed. Father, why are you laughing? Do Yu asked. The three of us predicted this would happen. The Hongmeng tree is a divine item, and we definitely won't be able to obtain it. However, we can use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Heavenly King Donghua. If we become his subordinates, we will be able to achieve great things and gain great power when the Heavenly Court is established, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle said. Is that so? Do Yu frowned. What if Heavenly King Donghua forcibly takes back the Hongmeng tree, or even attacks father and uncles? Besides, no one can say for sure in the future. Even if the Emperor of Heaven comes out and can suppress the Celestial Commerce Department, don't forget that there's still Gu Taxian. As long as he and the Heavenly Tao don't win, we don't know who will rule the Heavenly Court in the future. Also, Heavenly Kings can be robbed. For example, Heavenly King Innocuous Heavenly King was originally Jing Fanxing, but Jing Qiu stole Jing Fanxing's Heavenly King source and fused it with him to become the new Innocuous Heavenly King. Father and uncles are willing to be his subordinates instead of becoming Heavenly Kings themselves? Our ambition should be much greater than Jing Qiu. The three Heavenly Lords fell silent. After a long while, Heavenly Lord Yuan Gu said, Jing Qiu is an audacious person who breaks all taboos. Even we have to admit that he is unscrupulous, courageous, and resourceful. In the future, he will be the greatest enemy of the Celestial Commerce Department. Now that he has obtained the source of Innocuous Heavenly King and the Heart of Desolation, his strength has surpassed ours. Back then, he was even the first to stand up and rebel against the Yonko. Although his clan was wiped out, I can see that he is good at gambling. I think his scheming is even above that of the great spirit god. Jing Xiu forcefully seized the source of innocuous heavenly king. He will definitely be in big trouble in the future, but I can see that he has long since made preparations, said Heavenly Lord Puta. Jing Xiu, Calamity Heavenly King Gu Hua, and Xian Xian have long joined forces to devour father and my two uncles and seize the primordial mist tree. This is the information I obtained from the Celestial Commerce Department. Right now, this alliance is very chaotic and danger lurks everywhere. We should make preparations as soon as possible, lest we become meat on the chopping block, unable to extricate ourselves. Do EU is trying her best to mislead them, and what she said was the truth. If that is the case, what do you think we should do? Heavenly Lord Victorious Fighter asked. Everyone under the heavens is ambitious. For example, that master of the sun moon, Gu Tiansha, also wants to devour us at all times. We absolutely cannot rely on him. Apart from him, there are no other good powers except for the heavenly kings. What I mean is that we cannot rely on them, but we can borrow their strength. If Jing Xiu can devour the heavenly kings, so can we, said Do Yu. It all depends on whether father and my two uncles can make up their minds. Speak frankly. Heavenly Lord Yuangu looked at Do Yu. We can borrow the strength of the Celestial Commerce Department, said Do Yu. If father and my two uncles join the Celestial Commerce Department and join forces with us, along with me and Gu Xingjian, we can form a huge power within the Celestial Commerce Department. We can even push Gu Chinch's authority away. That way, we can borrow the strength of the Celestial Commerce Department to devour Heavenly King Donghua. You've joined the Celestial Commerce Department and come here to persuade us? Heavenly Lord Victorious Fighter's expression changed. If that is the case, then you're not my daughter. I will definitely kill you. At this time, killing intent also appeared on Primordial Gu and Putua's faces. The Celestial Commerce Department defies the heavens and must be destroyed. This is a matter of principle, and it is also a matter of choosing sides and survival. Jing Xiu devouring Jing Fanxing's origin source is an internal struggle of the heavenly court. If Jing Xiu had made contributions, then he would not have been punished at all. However, if he joined the Celestial Commerce Department, then he would have walked a dark path. There will be no turning back. We have been able to stand tall for so many years because we have judged the situation and acted according to the rules of the heavenly Tao. That is why we are able to do this with ease, said Heavenly Lord Victorious Fighter. Times have changed. Your methods are no longer feasible, said Do Yu. Riches can only be found in danger. If you do not dare to take the gamble and still want to achieve great things, then that is just wishful thinking. Father and my two uncles, do you still not understand the current situation? If you do not change and continue to walk the same path as before, then you'll be devoured by others sooner or later. When that happens, you will sink into oblivion for all eternity, even worse than slaves. Right now, you are pinning your hopes on the appearance of Heavenly King Donghua and then relying on him. But why don't you think about it? Firstly, it is still unknown how Heavenly King Donghua will treat us. Secondly, even if we join him, we will only be minor characters under his command. When the time comes, given your strength, are you going to be willing to be ordered around? Thirdly is the most important. According to what I know, the heavenly kings at the top of the rankings, such as Heavenly King Primal Chaos, Heavenly King Daluo, and even Heavenly King Jin, are all hidden within the Celestial Commerce Department, concealing their identities and preparing to make a move. I think that Heavenly King Donghua is among them. In addition, even Emperor Heaven King's reincarnated body is already among them. What? Are you telling the truth? The three celestial venerables spoke at the same time. That is very likely, said Do Yu. If I join the Communist Celestial Agency, I will still have a place for myself. That is because the Punisher Heavenly King is my son. In the Communist Celestial Agency, there is no one other than Gu Chansha with better aptitude than the Punisher Heavenly King. Do you think that if we join the calmness celestial agency and borrow its power, we will be able to obtain many benefits? We might even be able to discover Emperor Heaven King's reincarnated body first. At that time, we will not be able to play around with people like Jingxiu. We can even borrow the power of the calmness celestial agency to deal with people like Xian Xian. How confident are you in gaining Gu Chencha's trust? Asked the victorious fighting celestial. Gu Chensha will not trust me, nor will he trust my father and my two uncles. However, we can also join the calmness celestial agency, because Gu Chensha will not reject us. We must set an example for the people of the world. This is a combination of benefits. At present, there is no longer any reason for us to stay in the Black Heaven Earth Sect Alliance. If we become a part of the Imperial Court, when the Emperor Heaven King appears in the future, we will immediately follow the Emperor Heaven Earth Sect. That will be a great merit. Another point is that if we join the calmness celestial agency, we will definitely obtain benefits first. It is possible that Heavenly King Donghua will come looking for us soon. After I became the Punisher Heavenly King's mother, I have many ideas. I know that the Emperor Heaven King's appearance will definitely be to disintegrate the calmness celestial agency from within and gain control of the divine continent. He will definitely not appear in the outside world and fight against the Yonko. That is because, if he does, the people of the world will definitely die. This is not in line with the Emperor Heaven's Tao. The Emperor Heaven will definitely kill the culprit. The easiest way to kill the culprit is from within the Imperial Court. Once the culprit is eliminated, he will naturally be able to swallow the entire divine continent. You spoke clearly and logically. That's right. This can be said to have pointed out the essence of the matter. There have been revolts in the past dynasties. There have been massacres among the common people, and there have been revolts that have resulted in rivers of blood. There have also been political revolts that have occurred in the Imperial Court. This has no great impact on the common people. It doesn't matter who is the emperor. The Emperor Heaven King is benevolent. He will definitely choose to kill the culprit in the Imperial Court. Primeval Celestial also agreed. In that case, we can feign civility with the calmness celestial agency and join them. How about it? Celestial Pu Tuo also agreed, having been moved by Do Yu's words. However, you still need to discuss this matter with Gu Chensha. We will only be willing to join if we obtain greater benefits for ourselves. Otherwise, this matter will be dropped, Celestial Master Victorious Battle said. That's natural. Father and my two uncles joining the calmness celestial agency would be a huge blow to the alliance of the Black Heaven Earth Sect. Do Yu said, moreover, your status in the immortal Tao is extremely high. Among the common people, you are an invincible existence. If you join the calmness celestial agency, then Gu Chansha can be used as a propaganda tool. In an instant, his destiny and reputation will increase by many folds. At the very least, in the eastern wilderness, some of the profound sects that are on the sidelines will surrender and no longer listen to the Black Heaven Earth Sect. We can take this opportunity to establish the Department of Immortals and bring these profound sects under our control. In this way, we will also have great authority in the calmness celestial agency. We can even use Gu Chencha's power to seize the endless heart. You should quickly discuss this matter, Celestial Master Victorious Battle said. I will continue to discuss with my two brothers how to maximize the benefits. Of course. With that, Do Yu's body flickered and disappeared. After Do Yu left, Primeval Celestial Master Victorious Battle looked at Do Yu and Pu Tuo and asked, how is it? This matter will have to be decided by Heavenly King Donghua. Celestial Master Victorious Battle suddenly bowed toward the depths of the void. Hold down for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 842. The voice was clear, distant, deep, and pleasant. It seemed to contain all the gentleness and elegance in the world. Anyone who heard this voice would think that the owner of this voice was the most perfect man. This was Heavenly King Donghua, ranked 3rd and in control of the primordial tree. He was the future overlord of the heavenly court, the greatest existence who controlled infinite space, infinite universes, infinite planes, and infinite worlds. The three celestial venerables were very respectful when they heard this voice. They had long pledged their allegiance to this heavenly king, and Yu was just feigning civility. Now, they naturally had to listen to the heavenly king's orders. Heavenly King Donghua, do you mean to say that you agree to let us join the calmness division? Just now my daughter said that you are also in the calmness division, and that even the Emperor of Heaven might be there. Is this true, or is it just a lie? Yuan Gu Celestial asked. This is true, but I don't know exactly where the Emperor of Heaven is. When the Emperor of Heaven is born, he will naturally come out, Heavenly King Donghua said. Me, primordial chaos, zenith heaven, wisdom, and Jin Min are all hiding in the calmness division. It's just that we don't know who we are. There are hundreds of millions of talents in the calmness division, and it's not easy to find just a few of us. According to Heavenly King Donghua, are we going to seize power in the calmness division? Victorious Heavenly King also had his own ideas. As for that Punisher Heavenly King, how should we deal with him? Is he friend or foe? The Punisher Heavenly King is temporarily under Gu Chench's control. However, when the Emperor of Heaven is born, his control will be lifted, and the Punisher Heavenly King will truly awaken and regain his true identity. Heavenly King Donghua said, "You can work with him on this. I will push for it from behind. After you enter the calmness division, I will instruct you on what to do." That Gu Chansha is crafty and cunning, and his cultivation is profound. I'm afraid he'll beat us at our own game and use us to carry out all sorts of schemes. This boy's craftiness is already above ours. If it's a battle of wits, we might not be his match. For the first time, the three Empyreans didn't have confidence in themselves. The three of them were astute and astute. Ever since the primordial era until now, they had never suffered any losses. Because of this, they knew very well how to judge the situation. They did not rely on their hot-bloodedness to fight head-on. You don't have to worry about this. That Gu Chansha is powerful, but once the Emperor of Heaven is born, he can be suppressed immediately. We don't even need the Emperor of Heaven. Right now, I have already contacted No Tribulation Disaster and Great Fun to work together to expel the foreign source inside the Master of the Sun and Moon. Once it is expelled, the Master of the Sun and Moon will be able to leave Gu Chench's body and become the real Master of the Sun and Moon. The original Master of the Sun and Moon was swallowed by Gu Chensha, but he has never been able to truly refine and merge the source of the Master of the Sun and Moon. If we seize the opportunity, we can save the Master of the Sun and Moon. At that time, the 9 heavenly kings and the Master of the Sun and Moon will work together to activate the matrix of the Celestial Court and turn the Divine Prefecture into the future Celestial Court. When the Emperor of Heaven is born, Gu Chansha will basically have no ability to turn things around. The one we are most afraid of is Gu Taxian. To be honest, without Gu Taxian, Gu Chansha and the Celestial Commerce Department are all clay chickens and pottery dogs that can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Heavenly King Donghua's voice gradually faded. Go, join the Celestial Commerce Department. In addition, you can borrow the power of the Celestial Commerce Department to capture the Celestial Master. Seize the prehistoric civilization's one God system from her. This one God system is a great blasphemy to the Emperor of Heaven. However, the source is very useful. If you can obtain it and offer it to the Heavenly Tao, it can make the Heavenly Tao even more perfect and assist the Heavenly Tao in devouring Gu Taxian. In short, if you can do this, you may not be the 9 heavenly kings in the future, but the 12 heavenly kings. After the Emperor of Heaven and the Heavenly Tao devour Gu Taxian, they will expand many times again. It won't be difficult to add a few more heavenly kings. So that's what you said. The 3 heavenly venerables looked at each other and saw the ambition in each other's eyes. In Sin State City, Gu Chensha saw Do Yu, who had returned. Do Yu reported everything that had happened. Actually, there was no need for a report. Gu Qinsha could see everything clearly. However, Do Yu's actions made him nod, because this matter showed that Do Yu had sincerely joined forces with the Celestial Commerce Department. Even if the Heavenly Court appeared in the future, it would not be able to shake her will. Your Highness, this is how it is. The three Heavenly Venerables were convinced by me to join the Celestial Commerce Department. Your Highness can use this to quickly dissolve the alliance of the Black Heaven Earth sect, and even gain the allegiance of countless immortal cultivators. You can even plot to obtain the Heart of Infinity, Do Yu said. You have been deceived. Gu Qinsha looked at Do Yu plainly. What do you mean? Do Yu was shocked. Actually, the three Heavenly Venerables have long received guidance from Heavenly King Donghua. Otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain anything from the primordial mist tree. However, you have also contributed greatly. As long as we can rope them into the Celestial Commerce Department, whether they are sincere or not, I can still grab Heavenly King Donghua from them and steal it in passing. Gu Qinsha was quite impressed with Do Yu. Tell the three Heavenly Venerables that the Celestial Commerce Department will establish a new department. Have them gather the mystical sects of the immortal Tao, gather the sacrifices, and if we succeed in the future, the entire immortal world will be under their control. In addition, I will personally activate the mystic arts and condense Kiliacosm seeds for them. After obtaining the primordial mist tree, they will indeed ascend to the celestial longevity realm. However, it is still wishful thinking for them to advance further and touch upon the secrets of celestial origin. But after I give them Kiliacosm seeds, they will be able to gradually convert their world power into celestial origin power. Although they may not ascend to the celestial prime realm, at least there will be hope. With that, Gu Qinsha waved his hand, and three seeds formed, pulsing with deathless energy. It was like three Kiliacosm worlds were in his palm. Do Yu knew what was good and what was bad. Her expression was one of extreme shock. This, you casually created this? Kiliacosm seeds. Since ancient times, the celestial longevity realm had always been the peak. No living being had ever reached the celestial prime realm. That was because after the celestial longevity realm, it was basically impossible to condense Kiliacosm seeds. In the recent decades, the appearance of the Celestial Talisman Emperor had thrown the heavenly Daos into chaos, causing some changes to the heavenly Daos. That was why there were some supreme experts who broke through and condensed the energy of the great Kiliacosm within their bodies. After that, they condensed the energy of the great Kiliacosm into a seed, which would then hatch into a great Kiliacosm. That was the Heaven Yuan realm. For example, the Great Spirit God and the Prehistoric Old Man. However, the three Heavenly Venerables hadn't broken through to that point yet. They were still struggling to condense Kiliacosm power, then turn it into Kiliacosm seeds. But now, Gu Qinsha had given them three pure Kiliacosm seeds. Just like that, as long as they obtained the three seeds, they would be able to step into the Celestial Prime realm. This was like reaching the heavens in a single step. It was like the three Heavenly Venerables were just normal disciples of the royal family, but they were suddenly promoted to Crown Prince. King's skills far exceed our imagination. I think everyone has miscalculated. After the shock, Do Yu said sincerely, I think King is about to break through to Heavenly Venerable realm. At that time, you will sweep the world and be invincible. Killing Heavenly King Donghua will be as easy as killing a little chick. Gu Qinsha had secretly obtained the sacrifice of the Prehistoric Old Man. Through the Prehistoric Old Man, he had directly contacted the Prehistoric Dragon Gate. After stealing the sacrifice of close to 3,000 true gods and heavenly kings of Jin, his cultivation base had been growing crazily. Now, he was at the Tao Realm 35 transformation, the Prehistoric Realm. He could turn the land of dust into the universe, so he could create Kiliacosm seeds. Of course, these Kiliacosm seeds were refined from the sacrifice of 3,000 true gods. The three Heavenly Venerables will definitely make many requests, but as long as you take out the Kiliacosm seeds, they will come immediately. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. Go quickly. I hope to see the 3 heavenly venerables appear in front of me tomorrow. Yes. Dou Yu left in a hurry. As expected, on the second day, before daybreak, the 3 heavenly venerables turned into 3 old men and appeared in the small courtyard that Gu Qinsha was in. Then, they saw a few servants serving tea in the small courtyard. Fa Wuxian, Jing Fanqing, Martial Emperor. The 3 heavenly venerables looked at the 3 servants. They were all living the lives of ordinary people and seemed satisfied. The 3 of them were all great existences in the past. Fa Wuxian was the reincarnation of the endless umbrella. Jing Fanqing was even more amazing. He was the reincarnation of the innocuous king. Martial Emperor was once the ruler of the God continent. He had founded a dynasty and was considered an important person in the history of the God continent. The 3 heavenly venerables even knew that if the God continent became the future heavenly court, then Emperor Gu, who had once been the ruler of the God continent, would obtain a good position. Even if he died, he would be revived. Those who didn't die would have a higher position, second only to the 9 kings. You are finally here. Are you prepared to join the calming, celestial department? Gu Qinsha looked at the 3 old men that the 3 heavenly venerables had transformed into. He wasn't surprised at all. In the past, these 3 heavenly venerables were legendary existences. The mystic immortal Dao sects would worship the 3 heavenly venerables as their ancestors whenever they heard their names. Even the ancient sons of heaven who had obtained the heaven sacrifice talisman would respect the 3 heavenly venerables as their masters and ask them about the way of governing a country and cultivating. In the past, these 3 heavenly venerables were lofty existences in Gu Qinsha's eyes. But now, he could kill them with a flick of his finger. In his eyes, these 3 had no secrets. In this world, the only thing Gu Qinsha feared and had no confidence in was the Emperor of Heaven. Apart from him, everyone else was an ant. As expected, heroes come from a youth. Victorious Fighter frowned when he saw Gu Qinsha's carefree manner. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It seemed that Gu Qinsha didn't have the demeanor of someone who knew how to be courteous to the wise. A website recommends beautiful legs and stockings, youthful cheeks, and plump buttocks to watch online. Quickly follow the official WeChat account. Mainfdo1. Long press for 3 seconds to copy, to watch online. Chapter 843. Kneel. Gu Qinsha uttered 2 words. What? Heavenly Venerate Victorious Fighter was dissatisfied with Gu Qinsha's attitude and wanted to demand a higher price so that he could join the calming immortal department. Even Heavenly Venerate Yuan Gu and Heavenly Venerate Pu Tuo were infuriated by Gu Qinsha's attitude, let alone Heavenly Venerate Victorious Fighter. Since the primeval era, they had always enjoyed lofty statuses no matter where they went. There had never been a young man who would sit so casually in front of them. However, Gu Qinsha's words had thrown them into the abyss. Gu Qinsha had actually asked them to kneel. This was simply an unbearable humiliation. The 3 heavenly venerates almost suspected that they had heard wrong. I asked you to kneel. Did you not hear me? Gu Qinsha's gaze swept over the 3 heavenly venerates before he said, It is a wise choice for you to join the calming immortal department. It will prevent you from dying in the future. However, you don't have the slightest bit of respect. This is a taboo. Kneel down and worship. This is a necessary etiquette. Even the disciplinary heavenly king does this. His status is thousands of times more important than yours. Do you think that just because you are one of the 3 heavenly venerates, you can act like a tyrant in the calming immortal department? Ha ha ha! Heavenly Venerate Victorious Fighter roared with laughter as a sharp killing intent appeared in his eyes. Good, very good, Gu Qinsha. I thought that you were a talent, but I never imagined that you would start to get arrogant after gaining power. You don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. You're simply deranged. Dou Yu, is this the way out that you have found? Dou Yu didn't say anything. He was as cold as a rock. He looked down, as if this struggle had nothing to do with him. Let's go. Heavenly Venerate Yuan Gu also wanted to sneak into the calming immortal department. However, Gu Chench's attitude was simply intolerable. Furthermore, if they really could endure it and kneel down and submit, it would actually seem fake. Secondly, if Gu Qiansha were to publicize this matter, they would lose all face and their reputation would drop to the extreme. Looking calmly at Gu Qiansha, he said, "Gu Qiansha, if we work together, you'll benefit immensely. You'll gain a lot of prestige, as well as control over the never-ending heart. You'll be able to dissolve the alliance between the black sect of Heaven and Earth and Patriarch Heaven and Earth. Right now, the Celestial Tranquility Department isn't in a very good situation. The four wilds have fallen into the hands of others, and the Divine Prefecture hasn't truly taken control yet. You're all clones, right?" An unfathomable smile appeared on Gu Chench's face. "A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. The craftiness of you 3 heavenly venerables is rarely seen since ancient times. However, no matter how crafty a rabbit or fox is, they can't escape the hunter's bait. I used the Kiliacosm seeds to tempt you, but you still took the bait. Although you didn't refine the seeds, you couldn't help but study them. Because of that, I was able to find your true bodies. Now I know who's backing you. Heavenly King Donghua, isn't he? You." When the 3 heavenly venerables heard Gu Qiansha mention Heavenly King Donghua, their faces flickered and they prepared to flee. However, they found that they couldn't move at all. Moreover, vortexes had also appeared behind them. These vortexes had a massive pulling force that continuously pulled in their clones. In the end, even the true bodies of the 3 heavenly venerates were involuntarily pulled in. The 3 Empyreans had expressions of extreme fear on their faces. They had many avatars, and their true bodies were hidden in a place that no one knew about. But now, they had all been gathered together by some sort of power and then drawn to this small courtyard. In other words, the 3 heavenly venerables had nothing to rely on. If Gu Qiansha destroyed them here, they really would be dead. "It took a lot of energy to create the 3 Kiliacosm seeds," said Gu Qiansha. "But if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been able to lure you 3 old foxes out." Even Heavenly King Donghua felt that the 3 seeds of the Kiliacosm were pure and without any impurities. How could Heavenly King Donghua understand my methods? If he did, how could I compete with Emperor Heaven King in the future? As Gu Chench's cultivation had increased, he had stolen the sacrifices of 3,000 true gods. His methods had become miraculous, and he could already see through the minutest details and toy with the 3 heavenly venerables in the palm of his hand. Even Heavenly King Donghua, who was behind the 3 heavenly venerables, wasn't a worthy opponent for Gu Qiansha. 3 heavenly venerables, your current cultivation is at the heavenly longevity realm. But to me, you're still like chickens and dogs. I can even suppress 3 heavenly kings, let alone 3 ordinary heavenly longevity realm cultivators. Gu Qiansha pointed at Fa Wuxian, Jing Fanxing, and Emperor Wu. These are the 3 who went against me. You've seen what happened to them. If you don't kneel down and sincerely offer sacrifices, then there will be 3 more ordinary people in this small courtyard. They will live like ordinary people every day. Hearing this voice, Fa Wuxian, Jing Fanxing, and Emperor Wu all lowered their heads. Fa Wuxian was born with a glorious halo. He was a disciple of the school of legalism, the #1 aristocratic family in the Divine Prefecture, and he was a natural-born saint. He was named Fa Wuxian because he wanted to compete with Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor Gu Taxian. But now, he lived as an ordinary person in this courtyard, not daring to face Gu Qiansha. Seeing the state the 3 of them were in, the 3 heavenly venerables felt that if they were in the same state, they might as well die. This subordinate greets the minister. At this time, Heavenly Venerable Yuan Gu suddenly did something unexpected. He knelt down and prostrated himself in front of Gu Qiansha. At this time, Heavenly Venerable Victorious Battle and Heavenly Venerable Puto also knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. A wave of sacrificial power instantly rushed out, but it was absorbed by the divine land gourd above Gu Chencha's head. Ha ha ha! Gu Chencha laughed. As expected of the three heavenly venerables, you've never suffered a loss in the primordial era. Your choices are much more straightforward than others. Now I finally understand why you can live until now. You can control the changes in the divine prefecture and become Gu Tianzi's teachers. When the three heavenly venerables heard Gu Chencha mention heavenly King Donghua, they knew that the situation was over. Since Gu Chencha knew who they were relying on, he would definitely have a way to deal with it. In that case, their stubborn resistance would only make them cannon fodder. Fa Wuxian, Jing Fanxing, and Martial Emperor Wu were stunned when they saw this. They had never expected that the three heavenly venerables, who had been famous since the primordial era and were the supreme patriarchs of the immortal Tao, would actually kneel down and worship Gu Chencha. Gu Chencha said, "This subordinate is here." Yu immediately stepped forward. Command the three heavenly venerables to establish a new department called the Itinerant Immortal Department. Act according to the situation. According to the future laws of the heavenly court, all those who have cultivated to the 20 transformations of the Tao realm, gathering and dispersing impermanence, and haven't been given an official position, are called itinerant immortals. Gu Chencha ordered. In addition, pay close attention to heavenly King Donghua. I must find him. Yes. He was very excited. Department head, we are under heavenly King Donghua's control and can no longer control the primordial tree. In fact, the tree has already fallen into heavenly King Donghua's hands. Victorious heavenly King Do's mind raced. I'm afraid heavenly King Donghua won't trust us. He might even kill us. He's already infiltrated the Department of Calmness, and our days are in danger. It's very possible that we'll be killed by him at any time. Don't worry about that. I've already activated my heaven-concealing methods. Gu Chencha said, Heavenly King Donghua hasn't truly reached his peak yet. He hasn't recovered to his peak, so it's impossible for him to escape my clutches. The fact that all of you are willing to submit to me shows that you know how to adapt to the circumstances. Now, go and register yourself in the Little Hong Meng tree. After that, get all your disciples to submit to the calming immortal department. I hope to see this matter completed within a day. Yes. The three celestial venerables immediately left. After the three celestial venerables left, Yu immediately said, Your Highness, while the three celestial venerables are sincerely offering sacrifices now, I'm afraid it's still not completely safe. The three celestial venerables are most adept at changing their minds. Now that we have something on them, and we're using restrictions to punish them, they'll definitely find a way to break the restrictions and escape our control. We have to be on our guard. I'm definitely aware of this, but aside from the Emperor of Heaven, no one can make the three celestial venerables break free from my restrictions. If the Emperor of Heaven appears and makes a move, I'll definitely sense it. Gu Chencha said, My top priority is to lure out heavenly King Donghua, then use all my power to suppress him and force him to offer sacrifices to me. With that, I can refine the primordial tree and devour the primitive dragon gate. Then, I'll activate my backup plan to obtain the heavenly sacrifice decree. Once the three treasures merge into my body, I'll be able to break through to the heavenly sovereign realm and even the heavenly longevity realm. Gu Chencha already had his own plans. Now, his plans were almost ready to be activated. Firstly, he had successfully set up the primordial dragon sect. The gate, Jin, Heavenly King, and the 3,000 true god priests were all under his control. Secondly, he had subdued the primordial old man and made him Wu Dangkong's subordinate. Thirdly, the three celestial venerables had also become Gu Chencha's slaves. He could capture Heavenly King Donghua and further obtain the primordial tree. In this way, the three treasures would merge into the divine land gourd, and the divine land gourd would become the strongest divine item. Of course, the Heart of Infinity would also have to be collected into the divine land gourd, and all 36 endless treasures would have to be collected. This was Gu Chencha's ambition, and he could already see the hope of success in his plans. However, Wu Dangkong will be the Emperor of Heaven's concubine in the future heavenly court. However, the Emperor of Heaven has another wife, the Empress. Who's the Empress? I haven't been able to deduce it. A hint of doubt flashed in Gu Chencha's mind. Chapter 844. These days, Gu Chensha had been calculating and studying many things about the future heavenly court. He had more or less figured out the structure of the future heavenly court. For example, the master of the sun and moon, the 9 heavenly kings, and then the many true god officials, immortal officials, gods, and immortals under them. They all had their own duties and positions, forming an extremely large operational governing body. Other than that, the subordinates of the heavenly court, the 4 barren lands, which protected the heavenly court, were divided into many feudal vassals. Then there was the human realm, monster realm, demon realm, immortal realm, also known as the scattered immortal realm, and the underworld. In the future structure, it definitely wouldn't be like the present, where humans and monsters lived together and gods and demons were in chaos. The future human realm was the human realm. It was also extremely huge, but everyone was human. If a powerful cultivator was born and cultivated to the dermic power realm, they would ascend to the immortal realm. The monsters and demonic cultivators in the human realm were the same, but they would ascend to the monster realm and demon realm. The underworld was where, after people died, their souls would enter and be divided into good and evil to undergo reincarnation. Of course, it wasn't just humans. Immortals, demons, monsters, and gods were the same. Even the immortal officials of the heavenly court would be sent to the underworld to be tortured and reincarnated everywhere. This was the structure of the future heavenly court. There would be many powerful people in the future heavenly court. They would form a force that could suppress the heavens and then gather as one to stabilize the order. After careful calculation and research, Gu Chensha also felt that the order established by the future heavenly court was very stable and had almost no loopholes. However, Gu Chensha felt that this kind of order and structure wasn't what he wanted, and it definitely wasn't an eternal structure. Instead, it was a kind of stagnant water where all living beings couldn't rise up and their fates were fixed. Generation after generation, they were like puppets that couldn't do anything about it. However, the strongest fighting force in the heavenly court, those above the sky primordial realm, other than the 9 heavenly kings and the master of the sun and moon, were the emperor of heaven's harem, which consisted of 4 concubines and 1 empress. Wu Dangkong was concubine Ming and would have great power in the future, even controlling the overall situation of the imperial court. However, the most powerful one was not concubine Ming, nor was it the other concubines. It was the Emperor of Heaven's wife, the Empress. The Empress of Heaven was very mysterious. It was rumored that she and the Emperor of Heaven controlled the movement of the universe together. Even with Gu Chencha's current cultivation, the Emperor of Heaven and the Empress of Heaven and Earth were very vague. He couldn't find any clues at all. However, Gu Chensha wasn't in a hurry. As he succeeded step by step, and his cultivation increased, all of these could be deduced one by one. As long as he became an Empyrean, his cultivation base would completely break away from the heavenly Tao and become his own entity. Then, the Emperor of Heaven would become clear. In just a month, I will be able to use the sacrifices of the 3,000 true gods to break through to the Tao Realm 36 transformation. At that time, I will be able to swallow primordial dragon sect and also subdue the sect Gene King. After devouring the power of the dragon gate of the untainted land, it would be easy for me to devour the Hongmeng tree and the heavenly sacrifice decree. If nothing goes wrong with my plan, I will be able to become a heavenly lord on the 36th year of the heavenly talisman and compete with the heavenly emperor. The Emperor of Heaven needs the cooperation of the people around to build the heaven court. I will wipe out the master of the sun and moon, his concubines, and the 9 heavenly kings. Let's see how he will build the heaven court then. Gu Chensha knew that no matter how strong one was in the world, there were still traces to be found. When the Emperor of Heaven appeared, he had to follow certain rules. The world is unpredictable, and it really dazzles one's eyes. Jing Fanqing suddenly said, "Minister, everything I did in the past was a huge mistake. As a result, I acknowledged a traitor as my father and wasted my great talents and time, causing my source of power to be snatched away and helping that traitor Jing Qiu. Now, I have completely woken up and am willing to do things for the calming immortal department to reverse the heavens. Since the heavens gave me the Heavenly King identity but took it away, then I don't want it anymore. I want the heavens to understand that this was a mistake. Your cultivation is now comparable to the Emperor of Heaven. With just a small trick, you can make me cultivate once more. I swear that I will kill Jing Qiu for you and take over Desolate Desert. I hope that you can give me this chance." While speaking, Jing Fanqing knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He was really sincere, and there was no falsehood at all. Gu Qinsha could see that Jing Fanqing had successively encountered many setbacks and had finally worn out his temper. From the depths of his heart, he had firmly decided to join the calming immortal department. From then on, he would be dead set on doing things, even willing to start as a minor official. Fa Wuxian lowered his head, and his heart was filled with hesitation. As for the Emperor Wu, he didn't move and didn't express his opinion. He was now a normal person, and all his cultivation was gone. He became the common people's marquis, but he didn't have the intention to follow you wholeheartedly. He was still waiting for a series of opportunities. "I can see that you are sincere," Gu Qinsha said to Jing Fanqing. "Since that is the case, then I will do as you wish." While speaking, a streak of light buffed Jing Fanqing's body, causing him to stand up in the air. He turned into a streak of light and entered the little Hongmeng tree. "I will help this Jing Fanqing rebuild his foundation. In the future, he will work under Zhuvia." Gu Qinsha said to Fa Wuxian and the Emperor Wu, "This person actually has great luck on him. Although he lost the Heavenly King's source, his heart suddenly became clear. As a result, he obtained something even more precious than the Heavenly King's source, which is freedom. This is because he let go of the shackles of fate. From now on, his fate will not be controlled by the Heavenly Tao, and he will be free. This is the nature of humans. Humans are the spirit of all living things, and their hearts are something even more brilliant than the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao also fears the human heart, so it planted all sorts of shackles in it to control it. If anyone can break these shackles, they will be able to obtain true freedom and not be a slave. Unfortunately, all of you are still immersed in the glory of the past and are reluctant to part with your old fate. How sad. Once all of you wake up, you can apply for it at any time." Gu Qinsha waved his hand and let Fa Wuxian and the Emperor Wu go back to being servants. The setup was complete. All that was left was to wait for the opportunity to reel in the net. At this very moment, in the depths of the vast starry sky, there was a blazing ball of fire at the highest point. This ball of fire was the amalgamation of many greater thousand realms, forming a greater thousand realm. This was the grandson, the sun, the place of light in the heavenly realm. Even a heavenly longevity realm cultivator would not be able to enter this grand Sunday. As long as one was a few hundred million li from the edge of the grand sun, they would be refined. At this moment, in the center of the grand sun, a place that even heaven's primal cultivators could not reach, there was a person sitting cross-legged in cultivation. This was the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Tiansha. Only the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Tiansha, could enter the grand sun. Apart from him, even the heavenly kings were powerless. Douyu had experienced being dragged into the grand sun by the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Tiansha. That was actually an illusion, a scene that Gu Tiansha had used a supreme technique to simulate. Of course, the real grand sun was more or less the same as the scene Gu Tiansha had simulated. In the depths of the grand sun, there were many treasures. Unfortunately, since ancient times, no one had been able to enter. The scale of the grand sun was equivalent to many ordinary great thousand realms combined. And at this moment, this huge grand sun had completely become the private property of a lord of the sun and moon, Gu Tiansha. Moreover, no one could disturb Gu Tiansha's cultivation here. This was because he could not even get close to the grand sun, let alone enter the core of the grand sun thinking about it. The heavenly realm was almost endless and was called the Endless Continent. However, this grand sun could shine its light to every corner. Such power was unimaginable. If Gu Tiansha could use the full power of the celestial realm's great sun, then the current Gu Tiansha wouldn't be a match for him. Unfortunately, he couldn't use its full power, not even 1,000th of it. But he could use the treasures in the grand sun to expand his business. Rumble. In the depths of the grand sun, above Gu Tiansha's head, countless vortexes were spinning violently. They were all sacrificial power. Gu Tiansha had captured many people from the Great Thousand Realms and even subdued many heavenly venerables. He had obtained the sacrificial power of many Great Thousand Realms. It's still not enough. The sacrificial power is huge, but it's not pure enough. It lacks some crucial spirituality. While refining the sacrificial power, Gu Tiansha suddenly roared, and the sacrificial power collapsed. These people from the Great Thousand Realms are inferior to the people of the Divine Continent. In the hearts of the Divine Continent's people, there is a potential that even the heavenly Tao fears. If I could refine this potential, why would I be afraid of Gu Tiansha? I could even directly suppress and kill the Emperor of Heaven. What a pity, what a pity! The control of the Divine Continent. The people of the Divine Continent worship Gu Tiansha, the tranquil immortal department, the Yonko, and Gu Taxian. Gu Tiansha frowned. No, I have to quickly cultivate to the heavenly venerable realm and attack the Divine Continent to obtain the sacrificial power of the people. Otherwise, I will be surpassed by Gu Tiansha sooner or later. Gu Tiansha has grasped the sacrificial power of the Divine Continent's people and gradually refined immortal resources from them. Now, Gu Tiansha was stuck at the most critical breakthrough point, a bottleneck. If Gu Tiansha broke through to the heavenly venerable realm, his cultivation base would skyrocket by tens of times, and he could use the power of the sun and moon more. He could start a war, attack the Divine Continent, occupy land, and plunder the people. Even Gu Tiansha would not be able to do anything. But right now, he cannot break through. At this moment, suddenly, a circle of light appeared behind Gu Tiansha. This circle of light seemed to be the source of the sun, the essence of the sun, the original core of the Great Thousand Realms. Other than that, within the circle of light, there was a deep, cold, white light. That was the original essence of the moon. These two great essences directly entered Gu Tiansha's body, causing Gu Tiansha to suddenly break through some kind of supreme bottleneck and directly become an anomaly. Then, waves of heavenly venerable aura rose from his body. What? The most fundamental core of the sun and moon actually seeped into my body? Gu Tiansha himself did not expect this. Chapter 845. My own power hasn't awakened? That is my identity? Are there any new changes? Even if the primordial mystical sand was a fool, it would understand. Think about it. Gu Taxian suddenly promoted Wu Dangkong to regent, and the decree fell into her hands. Now I know her identity. She is actually the future emperor of heaven's bright concubine. She has a high position and power, and you are the crown prince. I am still calculating what kind of role you will play in the future heavenly court. Or rather, you will be another overlord. Lord of the sun, moon, Gu Tiansha smiled. I want you to awaken your source and fight against the calming fairy department. Understood. Gu Tiansha still had many doubts on his face. I have a question. Gu Tiansha is powerful and has almost all the advantages. He shouldn't be an ordinary person. What kind of reincarnation is he? I'm also calculating this. Gu Tiansha said, Gu Tiansha is indeed a unique person. He is definitely not the Emperor of Heaven, but if he continues to develop, he will definitely become a celestial lord. At that time, It is not impossible for him to fight against the Emperor of Heaven. If he also becomes a celestial lord, I will definitely not be his match. I admit this, but I can definitely suppress him now. Most importantly, he absorbed 1/10 of my source. If I didn't absorb it, I would have an advantage over him, but now I am a bit weaker. But if I devour the Emperor of Heaven, he will definitely not be my match. My lord will definitely be invincible. Gu Qiansha lowered his head and was thinking about what to do. Right now, he was forced into a desperate situation. He had to fight Gu Qiansha and the calming fairy department to the end. He knew that once he took this step, there was no turning back. Right now, he was the crown prince. As long as he kept a low profile, he could enjoy wealth and cultivate in peace. But if he worked with Gu Tiansha to kill the general, the calming fairy department would definitely retaliate. At that time, whether or not he could survive the counterattack was unknown. He did not believe that Gu Tiansha would risk his life to protect him. But if he were to refuse now, then he would probably immediately suffer Gu Tiansha's vicious attacks. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he could only go against the calm, celestial department. Very good. I've taught these 10 Empyreans a set of formations. When they join forces, their power is extremely great. What I need to do now is to refine their 10 greater thousand worlds, shrink them, and bring them to the heaven realm to refine an invincible magic treasure. Lord of the Sun Moon Gu Tiansha said, I hope to see your results after this matter is completed. Although Gu Tiansha had become Empyrean, he knew that if he were to fight to the death with Gu Qiansha, he would still have many things to worry about. If he relied on his own strength, he was confident that he could suppress Gu Qiansha. But now, Gu Qiansha had the divine land gourd, which contained 20 peerless treasures. In addition to the immortal slaying god, punishing gourd, and other treasures, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. Therefore, Gu Tiansha wanted to refine a supreme treasure that could restrain the divine land gourd, allowing him to easily kill Gu Qiansha and refine him. Your subordinate will definitely complete the task and not fail you. Crown Prince Gu Tiansha said loudly. That would be for the best. Lord of the Sun Moon, Gu Tiansha, flickered into motion and then vanished from the imperial palace. However, as soon as he left, he looked into the depths of the harem and could sense a strange aura. He was prepared to investigate further, but then decided against it. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary complications at the moment. In the depths of the harem, many concubines of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor were under the guidance of Peacock, forming the Heavenly Mother Formation. The Heavenly Mother Formation slowly showed its strength. The dozens of concubines in the harem, along with the peacock, kept channeling their power into the formation. Every concubine's cultivation base was improving by leaps and bounds, almost at a tremendous pace. Especially in the deepest part of the formation, a Heavenly Mother was gradually born. The Heavenly Mother was something similar to the General of all life, the King of all life, but the aura on her body was really like that of the Mother of Heavenly Tao. There was a strange substance wriggling within it. So all of a sudden, the peacock stopped and spoke to the concubines. Ladies and gentlemen, the Heavenly Mother has condensed into a physical form, but it's a pity that it's still missing something crucial. If the Heavenly Mother manifests with this formation, even if we can't suppress the world, we can still protect ourselves. No matter what kind of attacks we face, with the protection of the Heavenly Mother, we can rest easy. What other substances are we lacking? I have already cultivated to the 31st transformation of the Tao realm, the Void Creation realm. I can use chaotic essence energy to enter my own world and give birth to all sorts of treasures and even herbs. But it is useless against the Heavenly Mother. Concubine Shuang said. Of course. The substances that are extracted from chaos are below the heavenly Tao. So even if we extract chaos to the extreme, it will just be a sentient treasure in the world. It is impossible to form the Heavenly Mother. The substance that the Heavenly Mother needs is extracted from the hearts of people. Moreover, it has to be extracted from the worship power of the people of the God Prefecture. That is the true, undying substance, and something that even the Heavenly Tao fears. Peacock exclaimed. Humans are the spirits of all living beings, and the people of the God Prefecture are the spirits of all spirits. Dharma Empress said, we need the worship in people's hearts to extract the essence of the Mother of Heaven and Earth and merge it. Doesn't that mean that we have to work with the calming celestial department? Now, they have full control of the worship power. That's only natural. However, we have to send someone over to negotiate in hopes of obtaining the immense power of the calming immortal department's sacrificial offerings. The sacrificial offerings needed to successfully condense the Heavenly Mother are definitely not ordinary. Even if the calming immortal department expends all the sacrificial offerings that they have accumulated over the years, they might not be able to condense it. I'm afraid that the calming immortal department will not agree to this. But we need the power of these sacrifices. Which one of you can convince that Gu Qinsha? Gu Qinsha is in charge of the calming celestial department. Peacock said, that will be a little difficult. Concubine Lei had a troubled expression on her face. The worship power is really useful to the calming celestial department. I don't think that Gu Qinsha will work with us. Unless we try to seize power, compete with the calming celestial department, and snatch the worship power from all over the world. But that is even more difficult. To form the most crucial core of the Heavenly Mother formation, we need the worship power of all over the world. Without a doubt, if we don't form it, what we have done before will be useless. Peacock said, our secret technique is how to extract the Mother of Heaven and Earth from people's hearts. This is something that Gu Qinsha can't comprehend, but was taught to us by His Majesty. I believe that Gu Qinsha will be very interested in this. If he can obtain the method to extract the Mother of Heaven and Earth, his cultivation will go up another level. Actually, the calming celestial department is currently in a treasure mountain. We can't obtain any treasures, but the worship of the God Prefecture is a treasure. The worship power of the people in the world is so strong. If we can obtain the best refinement, the strength of the calming celestial department will increase by 100 times. Are we going to use the core secret of the Heavenly Mother formation to trade with Gu Qinsha? Concubine Shuang, Ningqing Shuang frowned. Actually, we're not very clear about how to extract the worship power because we're not strong enough. Peacock, only you have cultivated to the celestial lord realm. Moreover, if Gu Qinsha obtains the method to extract the Mother of Heaven and Earth, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. We will not be able to compete with him at all, and the struggle for the imperial court will be in a losing process. That's right. At that moment, a voice traveled into the harem. Hearing this voice, Ning Qingshuang's body trembled violently. She looked towards the door. At this moment, a person had appeared at the door. It was a young man who gave off the feeling of being high and mighty like the mountains and seas. Moreover, above his head seemed to be the weight of a great thousand world, and he seemed to have the deepest connection with the endless world. Xian Xin. Concubine Shuang and Ningqing Shuang saw the person clearly. It was Xian Xin, who had been resurrected from the Black Heaven Earth Gate. Xian Xin was the reincarnation of the Endless Heart. Now he had become the ruler of the Eastern Wilderness and had obtained the recognition of the heart of the Eastern Wilderness. As such, not only was his strength extremely tyrannical, but he had also managed to rope in Jing Qiu, Gu Hua, and the others. Now he walked into the harem with his head held high, and there were actually 4 people following behind him. One of them was Jing Qiu, another was Gu Hua, and the other 2 were Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian, the reincarnations of the Endless Sword and the Endless Saber. But at this moment, there was an additional aura on Gu Changjian's body. On Gu Changjian's body, there was a vast universe that was incomparably vast, and there was a wild aura and characteristics in the barbarism. This was the Wildland Heart. Gu Changjian still obtained a recognition of the Wildland Heart and became the ruler of Wildland. Now, all the rulers of the 4 wilderness had gathered. The ruler of the Eastern Wilderness, Xian Xin. The ruler of the Wildland, Gu Changjian. The ruler of the desert, Jing Qiu. The ruler of the desolate ocean, Gu Hua. In the future, the four wilderness would be in existence second only to the heavenly court. The rulers of the four wilderness were the kings of the vassal states, similar to the rulers of the immortal realm, the monster realm, the demon realm, and the god realm. At this moment, all the rulers of the four wilderness had gathered. Two of them were not only the rulers of the four wilderness, but also the reincarnations of the innocuous heavenly king and the calamity heavenly king. When they activated the heart of the four wilderness, they possessed boundless power. Shinexayan, what are you doing here? This is not a place you should be. The peacock let out a long cry. Formation. Instantly, a mysterious formation coalesced and protected the group. Is this the formation of Heavenly Mother? Something that belongs to Gu Taxian? Shinexen looked at the formation with a disdainful expression. Gu Taxian gained fame through deceiving the world, and he will definitely turn into ashes in the future. And you, Ning Qingshuang, you were my fiancée back then, but you were a promiscuous woman who hooked up with Gu Taxian. Tell me, how are we going to settle this debt today? Chapter 846. My own power hasn't awakened? That is my identity? Are there any new changes? Even if the primordial mystical sand was a fool, it would understand. Think about it. Gu Taxian suddenly promoted Wu Dangkong to regent, and the decree fell into her hands. Now I know her identity. She is actually the future emperor of heaven's bright concubine. She has a high position and power, and you are the crown prince. I am still calculating what kind of role you will play in the future heavenly court. Or rather, you will be another overlord. Lord of the Sun, Moon, Gu Tiansha smiled. I want you to activate your source and fight against the Celestial Commerce Department. Understood. Gu Xiansha still had many doubts on his face. I have a question. That Gu Chunsha is so powerful and has almost all the advantages. He shouldn't be an ordinary person. What kind of reincarnation is he? I'm also calculating this. Gu Tiansha said, Gu Chunsha is indeed a unique person. He is definitely not the Emperor of Heaven, but if he continues to develop, he will definitely become a Celestial Lord. At that time, it is not impossible to fight against the Emperor of Heaven. If he also becomes a Celestial Lord, I will definitely not be his match. I admit that, but I can definitely suppress him now. Most importantly, he absorbed 1/10 of my source. If I didn't, I would have an advantage over him, but now I am a bit weaker. But if I devour the Emperor of Heaven, he will definitely not be my match. My lord will definitely be invincible. Gu Xiansha lowered his head and was thinking about what to do. Right now, he was forced into a desperate situation. He had to fight Gu Chunsha and the Celestial Commerce Department to the end. He knew that once he took this step, there was no turning back. Right now, he was the crown prince. As long as he kept a low profile, he could enjoy wealth and cultivate in peace. But if he worked with Gu Tiansha to kill the general, the Celestial Commerce Department would definitely retaliate. At that time, whether or not he could survive the counterattack was unknown. He did not believe that Gu Tiansha would risk his life to protect him. But if he were to refuse now, then he would probably immediately suffer Gu Tiansha's vicious attacks. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he could only go against the calm, celestial department. Very good. I've taught these 10 Empyreans a set of formations. When they join forces, their power is extremely great. What I need to do now is to refine their 10 greater thousand worlds, shrink them, and bring them to the heaven realm to refine an invincible magic treasure. Lord of the Sun, Moon, Gu Tiansha said, I hope to see your results after this matter is completed. Although Gu Tiansha had become Empyrean, he knew that if he were to fight to the death with Gu Qiansha, he would still have many things to worry about. If he relied on his own strength, he was confident that he could suppress Gu Qiansha. But now, Gu Qiansha had the Divine Land Gourd, which contained 20 peerless treasures. In addition to the immortal, slaying God Punisher Gourd and other treasures, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. Therefore, Gu Tiansha wanted to refine a supreme treasure that could restrain the Divine Land Gourd, allowing him to easily kill Gu Qiansha and refine him. Your subordinate will definitely complete the task, and not fail you. Crown Prince Gu Tiansha said loudly. That would be for the best. Lord of the Sun Moon, Gu Tiansha flickered into motion and then vanished from the imperial palace. However, as soon as he left, he looked into the depths of the harem and could sense a strange aura. He was prepared to investigate further, but then decided against it. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary complications at the moment. In the depths of the harem, many concubines of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor were under the guidance of Peacock, forming the Heavenly Mother Formation. The Heavenly Mother Formation slowly showed its strength. The dozens of concubines in the harem, along with the Peacock, kept channeling their power into the formation. Every concubine's cultivation base was improving by leaps and bounds, almost at a tremendous pace. Especially in the deepest part of the formation, a Heavenly Mother was gradually born. The Heavenly Mother was something similar to the General of all life, the King of all life, but the aura on her body was really like that of the Mother of Heavenly Tao. There was a strange substance wriggling within it. So, all of a sudden, the Peacock stopped and spoke to the concubines. Ladies and gentlemen, the Heavenly Mother has condensed into a physical form, but it's a pity that it's still missing something crucial. If the Heavenly Mother manifests, with this formation, even if we can't suppress the world, we can still protect ourselves. No matter what kind of attacks we face, with the protection of the Heavenly Mother, we can rest easy. What other substances are we lacking? I have already cultivated to the 31st transformation of the Tao realm, the Void Creation realm. I can use chaotic energy to enter my own world and give birth to all sorts of treasures and even herbs. But it is useless against the Heavenly Mother. Concubine Shuang said, Of course, the substances that are refined from chaos are below the Heavenly Tao. So even if we refine chaos to the extreme, it will just be a sciention treasure in the world. It is impossible to form the Heavenly Mother. The substance that the Heavenly Mother needs is extracted from the hearts of people. Moreover, it has to be extracted from the worship power of the people. That is the true, undying substance, and something that even the Heavenly Tao fears. Peacock exclaimed, Humans are the spirit of all beings, and the people of the Divine Prefecture are the spirits of all spirits. The Dharma Empress said, We need the worship in people's hearts to extract the essence of the Mother of Heaven and Earth and merge it. Does that mean that we have to work with the calming celestial department? Now, they have full control of the worship power. That's only natural. However, we have to send someone over to negotiate in hopes of obtaining the immense power of the calming immortal department's sacrificial offerings. The sacrificial offerings needed to successfully condense the Heavenly Mother are definitely not ordinary. Even if the calming immortal department expends all the sacrificial offerings that they have accumulated over the years, they might not be able to condense it. I'm afraid that the calming immortal department will not agree to this. But we need the power of these sacrifices. Which one of you can convince that Gu Qinsha? Gu Qinsha is in charge of the calming celestial department. Peacock said, That will be a little difficult. Concubine Lei had a troubled expression on her face. The worship power is really useful to the calming celestial department. I don't think that Gu Qinsha will work with us. Unless we try to seize power, compete with the calming celestial department, and snatch the worship power from all over the world. But that is much more difficult. To form the most crucial core of the Heavenly Mother Formation, we need the worship power of all over the world. Without a doubt, if we don't form it, what we have done before will be useless. Peacock said, Our secret technique is how to extract the Mother of Heaven and Earth from people's hearts. This is something that Gu Qinsha can't comprehend, but was taught to us by His Majesty. I believe that Gu Qinsha will be very interested in this. If he can obtain the method to extract the Mother of Heaven and Earth, his cultivation will go up another level. Actually, the calming celestial department is currently in a treasure mountain. We can't obtain any treasures, but the worship power of the Divine Prefecture is a treasure. The worship power of the people in the world is so strong. If we can obtain the best refinement, the strength of the calming celestial department will increase by 100 times. Are we going to use the core secret of the Heavenly Mother formation to trade with Gu Qinsha? Concubine Shuang, Ning Qing Shuang, frowned. Actually, we are not very clear about how to extract the worship power because we are not strong enough. Peacock, only you have cultivated to the celestial lord level. Also, if Gu Qinsha obtains the method to extract the Mother of Heaven and Earth, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. We will not be able to resist him at all, and the struggle for the imperial court will be in the process of defeat. That's right. At this moment, a voice was transmitted into the harem. Hearing this voice, Ning Qingshuang's body trembled violently. She looked towards the door. At this moment, a person had appeared at the door. It was a young man who gave off the feeling of being high and mighty like the mountains and seas. Moreover, above his head seemed to be the weight of a great thousand world, and he seemed to have the deepest connection with the endless world. Xian Xin, Concubine Shuang, and Ning Qing Shuang saw the person clearly. It was Xian Xin, who had been resurrected from the Black Heaven and Earth Gate. Xian Xin was the reincarnation of the Endless Heart, and now he had become the master of the Eastern Wilderness, receiving the recognition of the heart of the Eastern Wilderness. As such, not only did he become incredibly powerful, but he also had many allies, winning over Jing Qiu, Gu Hua, and the others. Now he walked into the harem with his head held high and chest puffed out. Behind him were 4 people. One was Jing Qiu, one was Gu Hua, and the other 2 were Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian, the reincarnations of the Endless Sword and Endless Blade. However, at this moment, there was something else about Gu Changjian's body. Gu Changjian's body was incredibly vast, and there was a wild aura and characteristics within it. This was the Wildland's heart. Gu Changjian had received the recognition of the Wildland's heart, becoming the master of the Wildlands. Now, all the masters of the 4 wilderness had gathered. The master of the Eastern Wilderness, Xian Xin. The master of the Wildlands, Gu Changjian. The master of the desert, Jing Qiu. The master of the ocean desolate, Gu Hua. In the future, the 4 wilderness would be second only to the heavenly court. The masters of the 4 wilderness were the kings of the vassal states, similar to the masters of the immortal world, the Yao world, the devil world, and the god world. At this moment, the masters of the 4 wilderness had gathered. 2 of them were not only the masters of the 4 wilderness, but also the reincarnations of the invincible heavenly king and the calamity heavenly king. When they activated the heart of the 4 wilderness, they possessed boundless power. Xian Xin, what are you doing here? This isn't a place you should be. The peacock let out a long cry. Formation. Instantly, a mysterious formation coalesced and protected the group. Chapter 847. Xian Xin, it seems that you didn't die completely last time since you dared to come here. Concubine Shuang, Ning Qing Shuang, looked at Xian Xin in disdain. Back then, you were already a wretched person. How could you be compared to a hero like the Emperor? In my eyes, the Emperor is a divine dragon from the 9 heavens. And you are just a small loach in the mud. How could you be compared? I, Ning Qing Shuang, have long seen that you will end up miserable. Today, I just want to die again. Bitch. Xian Xin was enraged. You are still so wretched and don't have any self-respect. Since that is the case, I can't save you. Later, I will break your formation, capture you, destroy your cultivation, and make you immortal. Then, I will send you to the lowest brothel, where you will be humiliated day and night. I will announce to the world that this is the concubine of that bastard Gu Taxian. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn then. And all of you, I will destroy all of you. As long as it is Gu Taxian's woman, I will make your life a living hell. Xian Xin was really angry. He was born and resurrected by the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Tiansha. His only goal was revenge on Gu Taxian. Gu Changjian, Gu Tanjian, you 2 are making trouble too? Concubine Xian and Concubine Heng said. Concubine Xian was the crown prince, Gu Xuansha's mother, and Gu Changjian was Gu Xuansha's son. Concubine Xian was Gu Changjian's grandmother, and they were related by blood. However, concubine Xian's cultivation was very high. During the process of condensing the mother formation, she had also stepped into the god realm. Therefore, she still looked like a young girl. This was nothing for cultivators. Even after stepping into the Tao realm, they could still use spiritual energy to cleanse their bodies and retain their youthful looks. Concubine Heng was the crown prince, Gu Hengsha's mother, and also Gu Tanjian's grandmother. When the two saw Gu Changjian and Gu Tanjian come in, they couldn't help but scold them. "Come on." Gu Tanjian waved his hand. "I am the Sword of Infinity, the #1 weapon of the Emperor of Heaven, one of the 36 treasures of the Heaven realm, and the strongest weapon in the Emperor of Heaven's arsenal. My mission in this world is to assist the heavenly Daos, to assist the Emperor of Heaven, to fight against the existence that defies the heavenly Daos. Now, I understand my mission, but in the end, there is still some fate between us. Concubine Heng, if you betray me immediately, I can protect you from Xian Xian. Let me tell you, if we join forces and suppress the four wilds together, your so-called heavenly mother formation won't be able to stop us. So, quickly surrender. This is the right thing to do." "Gu Changjian, what about you?" Xian Fei asked. "Surrender or die." Gu Changjian was even more direct. He then said to Peacock, "Peacock, you are Li Wanlong's daughter. You and Li Wanlong both had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to become celestial venerables. You want to control the entire demon race and become the true ruler of all demons. But let me tell you, this is all in vain. You are the ruler of all demons. I'm willing to sit in this position and gain destiny. But you and Gu Taxian are too deeply involved. It is not too late to stop now. If you continue to be stubborn, you will die without a doubt." "Not bad." Peacock didn't look the least bit afraid. "You joined forces so quickly and prepared to conquer the world. Do you think you are invincible because you obtained the power of the four wilds? You are not even afraid of the Calming Immortal Department? We have no cooperation with the Calming Immortal Department, but this is the Imperial Palace where the face of the Imperial Court is. Do you really think the Calming Immortal Department will ignore this? The Calming Immortal Department? I want to fight with them and see how strong that Gu Qinsha really is." Jing Xiu and Gu Hui sneered. "If we work together, we will also form a formation. With the four wastelands working together, we can even lift up the Divine Prefecture. In the future, the four wastelands will be the four cornerstones of the Divine Prefecture. With the four wastelands, the Divine Prefecture can become the Celestial Court. You know this. This time, the four wilds have gathered, and our cultivation has reached great heights. We will use our power to fight against the Calming Immortal Department and cause the world to change. That is the greatest merit. My guess is that the Calming Immortal Department will not fight us and give up on you for the sake of stability. So, if the Calming Immortal Department doesn't help, you will definitely eat us." Peacock didn't look afraid at all. Instead, she suddenly became relaxed. "The reason why you suddenly came out is because you want to trigger a great tribulation and incite the flames of war. Behind you, there must be someone stronger guiding you, right? The 36th year of the Heavenly Talisman is almost up. In less than a month, some great tribulation will break out. If there is no tribulation, the Calming Immortal Department will be as stable as a mountain, and Gu Chunsha will be able to become a heavenly lord easily. I'm afraid the situation will become more and more difficult to turn around. You, the masters of the four wilds, will be the vanguard. It is true that the danger is great, but the merit of the heavenly Tao will not be small. Xian Xian, you are the leader. Xian Xian, the hatred between you and the Emperor is as deep as the sea, so there is no possibility of compromise. Therefore, you can only seek wealth and danger. But Jing Xiu, Gu Hua, Gu Changjian, you still have a chance to compromise with the Calming Immortal Department. Don't be dragged down by Xian Xian. You should know that the heavenly Tao and the Emperor have not decided the winner yet, and a legendary Emperor Heaven has not been born yet. Gu Qinsha's strength and means will change greatly in the future. Perhaps he will be able to ascend to the throne of the Emperor Heaven. When that time comes, how will you deal with yourself? No matter how glib your tongue is, you can't escape today. We will carry out the predestined destiny and start the war to stop the coming immortal department's heaven-defying actions. In the future, we will be the greatest heroes. You are Gu Taxian's women. How dare you dream of becoming the mother of the world? You're simply seeking death. Xian Xin had lost his patience. Ningqing Shuang, I will give you one more chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy. If you beg for my forgiveness, you may not die. Xian Xin, have you lost your mind? Ningqing Shuang looked at Xian Xin as if she was looking at an idiot. That's true. You have given your boundless heart to others. Naturally, you have lost your mind and gone mad. If I were you, I would not be able to protect my own heart and would be forced to form an alliance. If I were you, I would have committed suicide and shame for people like the Dharma Saint and the three Holy Masters. Why are you still boasting shamelessly here today? Damn it, since you want to die, I won't say anything more to you. Xian Xin was completely enraged. Kill. Move of the four wildernesses. In the blink of an eye, he attacked. His attack was of great significance. In the imperial palace, he attacked Gu Taxian's concubine. This was the first step to provoking a calamity. Furthermore, he did not do it sneakily or on a small scale. He gathered the power of the four wildernesses and the origin of the heavenly king to suppress, destroy the imperial palace, and capture the concubine. He wanted the whole world to know that the Celestial Tranquility Department could no longer suppress the situation, and that even the imperial palace was in chaos. Once the hearts of the people in the world were scattered, the wild dragons and snakes that had been suppressed by the Celestial Tranquility Department to the point where they couldn't move at all, including the chaotic demon stars, would all take advantage of the situation to rise up. In the blink of an eye, the world would fall apart, and everyone would go their own way. Over the years, the Celestial Tranquility Department had used iron-fisted methods to keep the Divine Prefecture in peace. The number of ambitious people had decreased, but it was impossible to truly suppress all of them. Ever since the Heavenly Talisman, the Divine Prefecture had experienced a surge of good fortune. Countless demon stars had descended into the world, and countless people had made incredible progress. There were Tao Realm experts everywhere, as well as gold cores and magical power. There were even quite a few who had reached the godly level. Now that they were stronger, they were no longer satisfied with being bound by the imperial court. For example, the young man who had been reincarnated from the scholarly star had reached the godly level and had no desire to work for the Celestial Tranquility Department. Instead, he had greater ambitions and wanted to achieve even greater things. Because the Celestial Tranquility Department was so powerful that it could suppress everything in the world, the ambitious people didn't dare to do anything. They simply followed the rules and regulations of the law. However, if a calamity appeared, ambitious people would spring up like bamboo after a spring rain. Because of that, the current situation lacked an opportunity, a fierce warrior who dared to take the lead in the world. Xian Xin wanted to be that type of warrior. Even if he didn't succeed, he would be the one to initiate the calamity and would reap huge rewards in the future. Long ago, Jingxiu had also become a fierce warrior. However, he had been too early and had been suppressed by the Lord of Seven Stars, Zhuge. However, he had already accumulated a great deal of good karma. Because of that good karma and his service to the Tao of Heaven, he had been able to wrest away the essence of Heavenly King innocuous tribulation from Jing Fanxing, and had even taken the position of Lord of the Desert Desolation. Because of that, he was very much in favor of initiating the calamity, and he and Xian Xin hit it off. As for Gu Hua, he was the reincarnation of the Heavenly King of Calamities. His arrival was a calamity. It was only natural that he would initiate the calamity. If Gu Changjian and Gu Tanjian joined forces with the lords of the Eastern Wastelands, Desert Desolation, and Sea Desolation, they would be able to rapidly increase their strength to an inconceivable level. That was why the four of them could join forces and unleash the power of the four wastelands. That wasn't even mentioning the fact that they were backed by mysterious experts, most likely powerful heavenly kings who hadn't even been born yet. I wasn't originally the innocuous tribulation, but now I have the essence of a heavenly king. That's because I was the first to rebel against Yonko. Even though I was suppressed, I was rewarded with a great deal of good karma. Because of that good karma, I was able to acquire the essence of a heavenly king without any sins. The Tao of heaven recognized my value and subconsciously abolished the useless Jing Fanxing, allowing me to take over. When Jing Xiu saw Xian Xin making his move, he let out a booming voice. I used the good karma from my first rebellion to acquire the essence of a heavenly king. Now that we're initiating the greatest calamity in history, I wonder what level of good karma we'll be able to reach. His words were meant for Gu Changjian and Gu Tanjian. He used himself as an example to illustrate the importance and benefits of initiating a calamity. Kill. Suppress it. At that moment, Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, and the heavenly king of calamities, Gu Hua, all made their moves. They knew that once they made their move, the world would usher in a new era. The calamity had already begun before they made their moves. Chapter 848. 1 second, small, say section net. Org, wonderful pop-up window, free reading. Chapter 845. Upgrade against Xian Xin was the first to initiate the tribulation. This was truly seeking riches in the midst of danger. However, his hatred towards Gu Tianxian, Yong Chao, and the entire Gu family was so deep that it could not be washed away. And Jing Xiu was even more daring than him. He was born to take risks. The first time could be said to have won, and now the second time was another big gamble. If he won the gamble this time, then he would truly be able to enjoy the great position of a supreme being in the future. He would be invincible, and he would receive the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, if they succeeded, they would be able to capture the concubines of the heavenly talisman emperor and obtain the heavenly mother formation. They would be able to extract the motherly energy from the formation and obtain great benefits. Under such circumstances, these people had no choice but to gamble. The ones present were 5 great experts. The power of the 4 desolates condensed into a grand formation that fiercely pressed down. In an instant, it wrapped around the heavenly mother formation and began to crush it. Rumble. The entire imperial harem seemed to shatter in an instant. The imperial palace was a floating city that floated in the sky, surrounded by white clouds. It was an enormous magical treasure, filled with layers of warding magics. The Heavenly Designer Institute had expended a great deal of blood, sweat, and tears to create it, and it was a symbol of the majesty of Yonko. In the eyes of mortals, this palace was equivalent to a city in the sky. However, in the eyes of experts, aside from its grandeur, the restrictive spells were also very ordinary. It was far inferior to the Great Wall of Stone. When the floating city was constructed, the heavenly talisman Great Emperor had already disappeared. Even more frightening was that this floating city was located in the wildlands, and the heart of the wildlands was controlled by Gu Changjian. Gu Changjian was the ruler of the wildlands. As such, when Gu Changjian unleashed the power of the wildlands, all of the power of the wildlands gathered on his body. He stood up and unleashed a domineering punch. In the unseen world, he seemed to have become the incarnation of the wildlands king. With a single strike, everything under the heavens was reduced to dust. As of then, Gu Changjian was the reincarnation of the infinite blade. He had also obtained the support from the savage power, and after training arduously with the other lords of Eritread, he had also obtained the support of some mysterious power. His strength had already reached a state where he could defeat the antiques in Heaven Longevity Realm. Right then, with that punch, it would not be difficult for him to kill Heaven Longevity Realm. Rumble. Countless strange phenomena appeared between heaven and earth. In that instant, the Heavenly Mother formation was on the verge of collapsing. The Heavenly Mother phantom image that had just been condensed was immediately shattered. The Heavenly Mother array formation was actually an empty shell. It lacked the mother nature of heaven and earth. Without it, the Heavenly Mother array formation would not be able to unleash 1,000th of its power. Naturally, it would not be a match for these people. All of you die obediently. Ning Qing Shuang, especially you. Right now, it'll be difficult for you to die, even if you want to. I won't let you die so easily. When Xian Xin saw that his resentment was about to be vented, he felt extremely comfortable. Waves of power surged out of his body, and his attacks on the Heavenly Mother array formation became 30% stronger. Cough! At that moment, all the concubines in the Heavenly Mother array coughed up a mouthful of blood, including the Dharma Empress. Even if the peacock was a celestial paragon, under the suppression of the 5 great elites, he was as weak as an ant. He could not even withstand a single blow. Gu Changjian, Gu Tanjian, you really are treacherous. How dare you attack us? Do you really want to kill us? Concubine Xian and Concubine Hung roared in anger. Once we kill you, we can sever all ties with Gu Taxian. Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian were not moved at all. We are deeply influenced by the imperial family, and we might face some obstacles in the future. But if we kill you now, we can completely sever all ties with them. The two of them were incredibly cold and merciless. They wanted to destroy everything. Their Infinity Blade and Infinity Sword were unleashed to the extreme. Everyone, at a time like this, we can only fight. Peacock knew that they were in a dire situation, and they might be killed very soon. At that moment, a huge wave of sacrificial power broke through the air and entered the Heavenly Mother array formation. The Heavenly Mother, which had already turned into smoke, suddenly reformed into a solid form. This form was very clear, and as the Heavenly Mother array formation operated, it actually started to refine this sacrificial power. As it was being refined, the strongest divine power was born. This divine power was the mother nature of heaven and earth that could not be refined from the primordial chaos. It was also the mother of chaos. It was the true immortal substance that was refined from the hearts of the Chinese people. Only natural treasures could be refined from the primordial chaos, but some things that surpassed heaven and earth could not be refined. With the help of the sacrificial power, the Heavenly Mother array gave birth to the mother nature of heaven and earth. Instantly, the array's defense was increased by 1,000 times. A Heavenly Mother appeared in the array. This Heavenly Mother had billions of heads, billions of arms, and billions of eyes. Each head, arm, and I was calculating the invincible, infinite, boundless, and supreme divine power. The sacrificial power kept surging into the concubines' bodies. Immediately, their injuries were all healed. Moreover, their cultivation base improved tremendously. The mother nature of heaven and earth was something that even the heavenly Tao could not create. The most exquisite substance that was refined from the human heart was now born. Just like that, the Heavenly Mother's body appeared and withstood the attack. The power of the Forbearer could not enter the Heavenly Mother array formation for now. Department of Tranquility, Gu Chansha, you little B*** starred, you really made your move. But I knew you would make your move. This Heavenly Mother array formation requires extremely strong sacrificial power. Your Department of Tranquility has been accumulating power for so many years, but you only have a little bit of it. It is not enough for this array. Once the sacrificial power is used up, you will not be able to use a lot of your powers. When that time comes, it will be your death. I will skin you alive. Xian Xin laughed crazily again. The power of the eastern wastelands on his body became even stronger. Activate! The moment he activated it, a huge source surged in the depths of the eastern wastelands. All the immortal sects in the eastern wastelands, whether they were deity realm experts or ordinary martial artists, received the call of the eastern wastelands. That was to unite and attack the Yonko, to attack the divine prefecture. At this time, Jing Xiu, Guhua, and Gu Changjian also activated the power of the three barons. This Jing Xiao, Xian Xian, and the others are so daring. Gu Chensha, who was in Xin Prefecture City, had already seen everything that was happening in the palace in the depths of the wildlands. Actually, he knew that the concubines were forming the Heavenly Mother Array formation, but he didn't care. This might be an opportunity left behind by the Heavenly Talisman Emperor. Gu Chensha had also secretly studied this Heavenly Mother formation. Just now, when Xian Xian and the others were attacking recklessly, he had injected the power of worship into the formation and fought against them, saving many of the concubines. This was a necessary measure. If something happened to the palace, the people would think that the Communist division couldn't control the situation, and it would lead to the decline of the nation's fortune. He naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Whoosh! His body arrived at the base of the Communist division, in the depths of the little Hongmeng tree. Chensha, the tribulations have begun. Xian Xian is leading the way, using the power of the four barons to destroy the palace. If we fight against these five, the other powers will take advantage of the situation and rise. We are not optimistic. Liu Baiwei said, these five are going all out. They're the vanguard of the rebellion, but the most terrifying thing is that they probably have powerful existences behind them. Other than that, the Lord of the Sun Moon Gu Tiansha is also secretly preparing something. The primal chaos Heavenly King, grand overarching Heavenly King, East Flower Heavenly King, Wisdom Heavenly King, and Jinmin Heavenly King will immediately rebel. Other than that, the most powerful one is the Emperor of Heaven. The Heavenly Talisman Emperor is about to arrive in 36 years. If he appears, it will be hard for us to control the situation. The Lord of the Sun Moon Gu Tiansha is the strongest enemy now. Before the Emperor of Heaven appears, he is the strongest. He was the strongest. His strength had already cultivated to the Heavenly Venerate level. Originally, it would have been tough for him to become a Celestial Venerable, but because he obtained some mysterious power, there is a mastermind supporting him. I suspect that the mastermind is the Emperor of Heaven. The Lord of the Sun Moon Gu Tiansha also sensed it, which was why he didn't attack right away. Gu Tiansha had many plans. The only one he was afraid of was the Emperor of Heaven. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Even if the current Gu Tiansha became a Celestial Venerable, he would at most be a temporary threat. Actually, Gu Tiansha didn't know that Gu Chensha had already controlled Jinmin, Heavenly King, and the 3,000 true gods in the dark. The huge sacrificial power was used by Gu Chensha, causing Gu Chensha's cultivation to exceed the Lord of the Sun Moon Gu Tiansha's calculations. While Gu Chensha was speaking, a surge of power surged, and his realm rose once more. He reached the Tao realm 36 transformations, the embodiment transformation realm. This was because he had suddenly refined all the sacrificial power into the Mother of Heaven and Earth. After comprehending the method to refine the Mother of Heaven and Earth, Gu Chensha extracted the Mother of Heaven and Earth from the sacrificial power of the 3,000 true gods and merged it into his body. With a slight change, he reached the embodiment transformation realm. He was just a step away from Celestial Venerable realm. Wang, the Mother of Heaven and Earth, merged into his body, causing all the skills in his body to be condensed together. This was the power of the Mother of Heaven and Earth. The Mother of Heaven and Earth was a magical substance that was on the same level as the Heavenly Tao. The 3,000 true gods were the thrones of the true gods, formed by many emperors using the faith of the people of the Divine Land. Then, these true gods gathered faith on the Divine Land for thousands of years and formed their own divine kingdoms. Firstly, the sacrificial power of these true gods contained the faith of the people of the Godland. This was why Jinmin, Heavenly King, needed the sacrificial power of these true gods right away to raise his status. Not only that, but his cultivation would also increase. But now, it was all in the hands of Jingxian Si and Gu Chensha. The calamity has been brought forward, but I am not unprepared. I am prepared for a long battle. Our peaceful days are over. Gu Qinsha was prepared to use his killing move. Chapter 849. Gu Qinsha never showed himself. Even when Xian Xian, Jing Xiu, Gu Hua, Gu Danjian, and Gu Changjian attacked the imperial harem, he remained calm. He only used his cultivation to channel the sacrificial power stored in the celestial tranquility department into the innate mother formation, allowing the innate mother formation to extract the maternal nature of heaven and earth. He also obtained the method to extract the maternal nature of heaven and earth, allowing his cultivation to reach the highest realm of the 36 transformations. Peak of the 36 transformations, he was good at using the energy of heaven and earth and chaotic energy. With a thought, he could create all sorts of freedom and do whatever he wanted. In the ancient scriptures, it was recorded that his transformations could be called heaven. In other words, it was his embodiment transformation. However, this realm was still under the control of the heavenly Tao, and it wasn't restricted. But when one reached this realm, one's combat strength would definitely increase by a lot. This was especially so for Gu Qinsha. Ever since he had ascended to the god tier, the difficulty of increasing his cultivation level was probably the most difficult in the world. Every increase in cultivation level was much more difficult than the advancement of some old antiques from the celestial sovereign realm to the heaven longevity realm. This was especially true after he became a saint. The difficulty of Gu Qinsha increasing his cultivation level was even more difficult than advancing from the heaven longevity realm to the heaven origin realm. Luckily, with his wisdom and determination, along with the changes in the heavenly Tao, the treasures, and the experts from the ancient celestial court, he finally forged his foundation. Now, he was just a step away from heaven realm. The human heart is really a good thing. The power of the divine land and the hearts of the people are all treasures. No wonder everyone wants to control the divine land. However, extracting the human heart is much more complicated than extracting the chaos. If the chaos is like using a knife to cut up beef and mutton, then extracting the human heart is like breaking down tiny ants and fleas. Even heaven life realm and heaven essence realm can't use it freely. After extracting the mother nature from the human heart, my cultivation has become much thicker. Father is really amazing. If not for the mother formation, how could I understand the theory of the mother nature? Gu Qinsha comprehended, the calamity has begun and I need to use the methods I prepared. Since that is the case, then I will swallow Jin Tian Wang and chaotic desolate dragon sect. Calming immortal departments, Xin Prefecture City Branch. Chu Feng was talking to the reincarnated teenager of Literati Star. All of a sudden, his whole body trembled, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. The Great Tribulation has actually begun in advance, and it has been started by people like Xian Xian and Jing Xiu. Good, this is simply too good. Sure enough, there were brave warriors who dared to be the first in the world, especially that Jing Xiu. He wanted to start the tribulation early on, and although he failed, he did not regret it even if he died 9 times. This was courage. No wonder he was recognized by the heavenly Tao. It was only right for him to obtain the innocuous heavenly king's source. That Jing Fanxing is a piece of trash in comparison. Now, he's actually relying on the calming immortal department. If he doesn't die, who will? Heavenly King, what should we do now? The reincarnated youth of Literati Star said, I've joined the tranquil immortal department these days, and I only feel that its structure is strict and extremely terrifying. It's impossible for me to stir up trouble in this organization and cause a huge commotion. But now that the great calamity has begun, our chance has come. That's right. This is our best chance. Prepare to attack at any time. An expression of having a plan appeared on Chu Feng's face. This heavenly king has planned ahead and subdued 3,000 true gods. I used the sacrifices of the true gods to nurture the primeval dragon gate, causing it to start transforming. Since that's the case, I will activate the final part of the plan. Chu Feng laughed coldly. The way I see it, the heavenly kings of Zenith Heaven, Primal Chaos, East Flower, and Wisdom are about to come out and fight for credit. They'll work together with the Lord of the Four Wilds. Then we need to act immediately? The reincarnated literati star rubbed his palms together. No, let's not act just yet. I've already had God Maha contact the old subordinates of the devils, as well as many of their old-timers. They'll launch another devil calamity and launch a counterattack against the divine prefecture. Last time, the hundreds of thousands of devils had been defeated by Guqin Sha. However, the old-timers hadn't died. Instead, they'd gone into hiding in the depths of the devil domain. They joined forces to attack once more. At the very least, we can turn Sin Province into a sea of fire. These humans haven't felt the might of the heavenly Tao for a long time, so they've forgotten everything. They're all starting to believe in the crooked ways of the Yonko and the Tranquil Immortal Bureau. We're going to purge them. Chu Feng's voice grew sinister and murderous. That's right, but that's just how the human heart is. Given the slightest chance, they'll swell up quickly. Human desires are limitless, and the heavenly Tao has given them the chance to cultivate. Even if they're pitifully weak, they're already beginning to pry into the secrets of the heavenly Tao. Not only that, they're also trying to evade its rules. The reincarnated literati star looked at the common people with disdain. That's just how the human heart is. Give them an inch and they want a foot. Even the heavenly Tao can't fathom them. That's why the heavenly Tao has sent down all sorts of tribulations in hopes that the human heart will restrain itself and refrain from doing anything that defies the heavenly Tao. Nowadays, people's hearts are corrupted. I hope to spread my writings to straighten out the heavenly Tao and cleanse the chaotic fate. This is my duty as the literati star. Unfortunately, the martial star's thoughts are spoiled, and he still refuses to come to his senses. In the future, when he dies without a burial place, he only has himself to blame. This is your duty. I know that when your essay comes out, it will definitely be shocking. However, there's no rush right now. When the Celestial Commerce Department is eliminated and the world is pacified, you'll need your essay. Chu Feng replied, God Maha will be the ruler of the demon world in the future. His worship is very useful to me. His mission is to contact the demons and launch an attack. Your mission is to contact the reincarnated stars and launch a rebellion against the Yonko. Kill the officials, win the hearts of the people, and even assassinate the disciples of the calming immortal department. Yes, the reincarnated literati star said, I will definitely accomplish this. In the depths of the ancient demon realm, there were countless layers of pitch black, seemingly solid demonic energy. This demonic energy condensed together and was as hard as the strongest divine stone. There was no way to shake it. Even a demon god wouldn't be able to enter the depths of the demon realm. Only a few ancient demons, existences born from the primal chaos that inherited the demonic nature of the primal chaos, could build nests and survive in the solid demonic energy. They could establish their own demon palaces and live freely. At this time, God Maha had arrived at a huge demon palace. This was the primordial heart devil's demon palace. It had been abandoned for a long time, but it was still the place where many of the ancient demons held their meetings. Not long after God Maha arrived, powerful demonic phantoms appeared in the ancient demon palace. Some of these phantoms were at the Empyrean realm, while others were at the heavenly longevity realm. This was the greatest foundation in the depths of the demon realm. These Sciention demon elders were ancient beings born from the primal chaos. Throughout the dynasties, they had never appeared in the devil calamity. This was because they didn't need to appear, and the heavenly Tao didn't give them the command to do so. But now they had to come out and cause chaos. Everyone, last time you sensed the summons of the heavenly Taos, the devil essence was stirred. You came out to cause chaos in the divine prefecture and destroy heaven-defying existences. Alas, you were defeated by a bolt of lightning. Today, the tribulation is about to begin. You'll have to act again. God Maha, Your title as the King of Hell is nothing but a joke. Why are you ordering us now?" An ancient demonic shadow emitted a bloodthirsty psychic wave. The demonic essence is indeed restless. However, I feel that we demons should deduce a true king to preside over the overall situation. We should gain the upper hand in this great calamity and lay a good foundation for the establishment of the devil world in the future. We can't just be cannon fodder. We can't just fight head-on against the coming immortal department. Don't you think so? It's simple. We really do need to elect a true king, said God Maha. In the devil race, strength is everything. Since that's the case, let's see who's number one. The image of the Yorwild's Dragon Gate appeared behind God Maha, as well as the 3,000 true divinities and the projection of heavenly monarch Gene. Boundless power poured out of them, making it impossible for the old-timers to move. That's the power of a heavenly monarch. Many of the devil folk old-timers exclaimed. That's right. Submit and offer sacrifices. That's the only way you won't die in the future. Don't tell me you dare rebel against the future heavenly court. If you do, you'll be refined into puppets and reduced to lowly existences of the heavenly court. No matter how strong you are, do you really think you can stand up to Emperor Heaven King? God Maha pondered whether or not he should kill a few of them to establish his might. Relying on his own strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress them. However, Heavenly Monarch Gene had given him the authority to use the Yorwild's Dragon Gate's essence power. This subordinate is willing to submit. This subordinate is also willing to offer sacrifices to Heavenly Monarch Gene. Lord Maha will be the ruler of the devil race in the future. We'll immediately offer sacrifices and summon the devil race to attack the divine prefecture. Yes, the devil old-timers all dropped to their knees and began offering sacrifices. Surprisingly, not a single one dared to oppose God Maha. God Maha sighed inwardly. Back in hell, I might have been the king of hell, but these old-timers ignored me. I couldn't do anything to them. Now they're truly submitting to me. This is the power of the heavenly court. Buzz, the power of the sacrifices poured into the Yorwild's Dragon Gate. The old-timers of the devil race, as well as the ancient creatures of the pre-heaven level, were sacrificed to them. Their sacrificial power was truly terrifying. In the depths of the Yorwild's Dragon Gate, gods and devils were one. Because the Yorwild's Dragon Gate had absorbed so many sacrifices from true gods and primal chaos elder devils, it instantly expanded and evolved. Excellent. Guchen Shah, who had long since gained control of the Yorwild's Dragon Gate, was delighted. He could sense the power of the sacrifices. Chapter 850. This Chu Feng is indeed capable. As expected of the reincarnation of the Gate of Jin's heavenly king, he sent God Mahakasayapa to subdue the demons so quickly. Of course, this is also because of his heavenly king's might and the deterrence of the future heavenly court. The Khanate demons have no choice but to consider the changes in the future. These people are all wily old foxes, and now that the heavenly secrets are gradually becoming clear, they want to ride on someone's coattails. Of course, these demons won't come to our Department of Calmness, because we kill demons for a living. Even if they want to join us, I'll refine them and make them part of the Divine Prefecture Board. Thus, they can only rely on the future heavenly court. Guchen Shah would not accept any devils to submit to him. The devils that submitted to him would either be killed or completely transformed into raw materials for the common life divine general. Only a dead devil was a good devil. Qin Han of a human dragon society had once converted many demons into guardian Vajras. However, the overconverted demons were actually just another type of walking corpse. Turning demons into guardian Vajras was a fundamental change, similar to refining them into puppets. Among the demons, the Khanate priests born from the primordial chaos were extraordinary. They also carried the scent of the people of the divine prefecture. Since ancient times, the demons had wreaked havoc on the divine prefecture. All the old demons had captured the souls of the divine prefecture's people and absorbed them, obtaining beneficial things from them. Over time, these old demons naturally carried the characteristics of the divine prefecture. Now that they were offering sacrifices to the primitive dragon gate, they were offering sacrifices to Gu Qinsha. He could still extract the maternal nature of heaven and earth from their sacrificial power. There were many old antiques in the depths of the demon race, and the sacrifices they gathered were no less powerful than the 3,000 true gods. With the sacrificial power of gods and demons gathered, Gu Qinsha instantly made great progress. This was especially true of the divine prefecture gourd. After incorporating the maternal nature of heaven and earth, its inner world gradually gained an aura that even the celestial realm didn't possess. Apart from that, the true divine prefecture had also developed a flawless characteristic. Gu Qinsha could still use the power of the divine prefecture to activate the gourd, but once the Emperor of Heaven was born, the divine central continent would probably break away from his control, just like the Four Wilds. Therefore, he had to make early preparations. Time. What I lack now is time. If I have another 100 years, I will definitely increase the population of the world by 10 times. Everyone's quality will be raised to the Saint realm, or even the Divergent realm. At that time, what will the Heavenly Tao do? Gu Qinsha sighed. Unfortunately, the Great Tribulation has already been launched by Jing Qiu and Xuanxin. Not to mention 100 years. We don't even have half a month. Rumble, Xian Xin, Jing Qiu, Gu Hua, Gu Changjian, and Gu Tanjian were still attacking. At this time, the ordinary people couldn't see what was happening. They could only see a huge ball of light enveloping the palace that floated above the wildlands. Rumbling sounds came from inside the palace. They were all used to this and didn't find it strange at all. Moreover, all the attention was on the fight against the demons in Sin State City. Damn it! Why is the power of the sacrificial offerings increasing? The power of the Heavenly Mother is increasing. Even the power of the Four Wilds can't suppress it. Xian Xin continued to attack, but not only could the Heavenly Mother protect so many concubines, it had also expanded, enveloping the entire palace. Even Xian Xin and the other four had fallen into it. The Heavenly Mother formation had begun its counterattack. Where did the Celestial Calmness Department get so much sacrificial power? At this time, even Peacock herself couldn't control the Heavenly Mother formation. At this moment, the Heavenly Mother formation was being controlled by a mysterious power from the void. This was the power of the Celestial Calmness Department, or rather, Gu Qinsha was controlling it. The concubines and Peacock were secretly shocked, because they discovered that everything was under the control of the Celestial Calmness Department and Gu Qinsha. Not only did the Heavenly Mother formation protect the palace, but it also launched a counterattack. It enveloped the 5 experts and began to absorb the power of the Four Wilds. Xian Xin, Jing Qiu, Gu Hua, Gu Changjian, and Gu Tanjian used the power of the Four Wilds to suppress the palace in an attempt to kill the concubines. But now they were all blocked. The power of the Four Wilds was still being absorbed. At this moment, the 5 of them felt like they were about to fail. Don't tell me I'm going to fail like last time. I can't accept this. I'm already the innocuous Heavenly King, and I'm the reincarnation of the Endless River. I'm also the Lord of Desolation, and I'm now at the Celestial Longevity Realm. Even though I can't use all of Desolation's power, I can use the power of the Endless River to create desolation and fill it with life. The population has exploded, and my strength is now at the peak. I don't believe that even with the power of the Four Wilds gathered, I can't do anything to Gu Qinsha. Die. Jing Qiu thought of the failure last time. Last time, Jing Qiu had rebelled and was suppressed by Zhuge. The Jing clan had been destroyed because of that. Now, he rebelled again with absolute confidence. He thought that it would be a piece of cake, but he discovered that the Celestial Calmness Department's methods were even more unfathomable. Impossible, impossible. Xian Xin did his best. I've studied the Celestial Calmness Department in detail. They only have so much sacrificial power. After all, They lacked the accumulation of time. How could they have lasted for so long, and even become more and more ferocious? Shin Xian would never have imagined that Gu Chansha had obtained the ancient Dragon Gates Desolation, Heavenly King's Desolation, Heavenly King's Desolation Dragon Gates, 3,000 true god sacrificial priests, as well as many ancient devils of the devil race. Those ancient devils were either celestial venerables or celestial longevity realm experts. Their sacrificial power was not something ordinary people or even deity realm experts could compare to. The huge sacrificial power in the depths of the Little Hongmeng tree was on the verge of exploding, causing the various spaces in the Little Hongmeng tree to expand to a certain limit. Rumble. The interior of the Little Hongmeng tree exploded. It wasn't a destructive explosion, but an evolutionary one. The Little Hongmeng tree was no longer the Little Hongmeng tree. The aura of the mother of all things emanated from the depths of the tree. This Little Hongmeng tree isn't enough to describe it. Let's call it the World Mother Tree. Gu Chunsha made a hand seal, and the newly named Mother Tree shrunk again. It flew into the Divine Land gourd and took root in the real Divine Land. At this moment, the Little Hongmeng tree and the Divine Land gourd finally fused together. No, it should be the Mother Tree and the Divine Land gourd fusing together. The fusion of the two invincible treasures produced an aura that surpassed the essence of the primordial Dragon Gate, the Heaven's Sacrificial Talisman, and the Primordial Tree. A huge force broke through the void and poured into the Heavenly Mother Formation. The Heavenly Mother Formation's attractive force suddenly increased 100-fold. It began to absorb the power of the four desolates condensed by Xian Xian, Jing Xiu, Guhua, Gu Changjian, and Gu Tanjian. Even the endless river on Jing Xiu, the endless blade on Gu Changjian, and the endless sword on Gu Tanjian were attracted by this attractive force. They wanted to leave their bodies and be absorbed by the power Gu Chansha was using. Not good. The five experts knew that today's matter would not end well. We've already initiated the tribulation. Why aren't the others following us? Xian Xian roared. That Sun Moon Lord Gu Tiansha hates Gu Chunsha and celestial tranquility the most. What are they waiting for? If we are absorbed by Gu Chunsha and killed, let's see who else dares to initiate the tribulation. Apart from that, once we die, the heart of the four desolates will fall into Gu Chincha's hands. At that time, no one will be able to stop Gu Chinsha. Xian Xian, Jing Xiu, Gu Hua, Gu Changjian, and Gu Tanjian didn't believe that no one would cooperate. They couldn't be captured by Gu Chinsha. Even the Emperor of Heaven wouldn't allow the four desolates to fall back into Gu Chincha's hands. Sure enough, at that moment, a majestic force from the depths of the void was directly injected into the bodies of Xian Xian, Jing Xiu, Guhua, Gu Changjian, and Gu Danjian, causing the five of them to explode in an instant. Crack! The Heavenly Mother Formation was torn apart by them. That's the power of a Heavenly King. I wonder which of Heavenly King Primal Chaos, Heavenly King Daluo, Heavenly King Donghua, and Heavenly King of Wisdom made a move. Gu Chinsha naturally sensed what was happening. He still didn't make a move. Instead, he chose to wait. After all, some of the more powerful figures hadn't made their moves yet. Neither did Sun Moon, Lord Gu Tiansha. He was still activating his own power and offering sacrifices. In order to devour Raging Dragon Sect and the 3,000 true gods, as well as many of the old antiques of the demon race, they had to be sucked into the Divine Land gourd in an instant. Especially Raging Dragon Sect. Devouring them and digesting them quickly was definitely not an easy task. Gu Chansha was accumulating power, raising his cultivation base and condition to the peak. Only then did he make his move. Boom! At that moment, something strange happened. In the old capital of the Divine Land, deep within the old palace, there was a huge explosion. Who knew where a power came from deep within the Divine Land? And then it burst out. This was the power of the Divine Land source. Originally, the old capital had been transformed by the Celestial Pacification Department into a fairyland. The ground was paved with green jade, and flowers that never wilted were everywhere. The entire old capital was covered by a formation. It was like spring all year round, and the air was filled with spiritual chi. If a normal person breathed in, their lifespan would increase. This was a place where the rich and powerful lived. Moreover, the old capital was a place of luxury. It had long been advertised as a fairyland on earth. However, Guchinch's idea was to turn the old capital into a park, an important attraction that the entire divine land loved to visit. Chapter 851. Geniuses Remembered in a Second. Go if you like. Say, to provide you with exciting novels to read. Chapter 848. Suppressing disasters more than 10 years ago, the world shook and earthquakes occurred everywhere. The Calming Deities Department had learned their lesson and defended against such disasters. They even had the commander of common people secretly use his powers to suppress the place. Even if there was an earthquake, he could sense it and immediately eliminate it. One had to know that the commander of common people's powers had all reached the saint realm. He could change the world and wrap living beings within it at any time. He wouldn't cause any harm to anyone. But this time, the earthquake and explosion in the depths of the palace were too intense. It wasn't a natural reaction. Instead, it was some kind of power that had been brewed to the extreme and then spewed out. This power surpassed that of a saint and even surpassed that of a celestial venerable. Celestial longevity and celestial essence were a natural reaction of the heaven realm. Almost all the people in the divine prefecture felt this intense tremor. Everyone felt that in the depths of the divine prefecture, there seemed to be some kind of ferocious being that was about to rush out and destroy the world. Countless flames and magma shot into the sky. The old palace was blown to pieces, and the entire old capital city was turned into a sea of fire. The paradise on earth had now become hell on earth. Disaster had arrived. Rumble. The repeated explosions in the old capital had long alarmed the marshals of common people. Many marshals of common people immediately moved all the people living in the old capital into their own worlds. However, because the disaster was too fast and violent, there were still many people who were instantly turned into ashes. Under such a sudden explosion and the tremor of the power of heaven and earth, the commander of common people couldn't react in time. The old capital city was the node of the canal. With this explosion, the canal system that the Heavenly Talisman Emperor had built was instantly damaged. That year, the Heavenly Talisman Emperor opened the canal to connect the north and south. In reality, other than bringing substantial benefits to the people, he also wanted to build a stable feng shui array in the divine prefecture. He wanted to firmly infiltrate the divine prefecture and create a foundation for the future generations. But now, with this explosion, the established feng shui array was destroyed. In the divine prefecture, the canal suddenly went out of control. The river water suddenly rose and rushed out of the embankment. It started to flood, drowning the fertile fields and houses. This flood seemed to come from the depths of the earth. It was endless and actually had the power of a world-destroying flood. Such a thing actually happened. Guchinch's thoughts instantly reached the sky. At this moment, a disaster was brewing in divine prefecture and was about to erupt. With the old capital city as the eruption point, the water in the canal was triggered, causing the canal to swell and the water to flow backward. It was about to drown the entire divine prefecture, or rather, cleanse the entire divine prefecture. This is an apocalyptic flood. Wenhong flew out and observed the situation in Divine Land with Guqinsha. In the depths of Divine Land, water gushed out and flooded the surface of Divine Land. It began to spread everywhere. Cities, villages, and towns seemed to be drowned in the blink of an eye. At this time, all the common people generals started to work together in an attempt to suppress the flood. Unfortunately, the flood came from the depths of the Divine Land and seemed to be triggered by some mysterious power. It was endless and could not be suppressed at all. The flood was still rising inch by inch. Before long, the entire Divine Land would be submerged in the flood, and become a swamp country. The divine land would no longer exist. In the ancient legends, when the divine land is filled with sin and cannot be saved, a world-ending flood will appear. It will cleanse the land and wipe out everything. After the cleansing, the divine land will be clean. Love go little say, net. Chujugi also flew out and looked at the disaster on the divine great land. Divine land was doing well. There were all kinds of tall buildings and defensive measures. At this time, even if the old capital city exploded and the flood rose, there were not many people who panicked. The calm deity department immediately started all kinds of disaster relief measures. Countless airships started to fly up into the sky, and the common people general started to open up their own world, including all the citizens. At the same time, a loud voice reverberated throughout divine land, telling people not to worry. However, with such a change, many people started to make their own plans. Haha, Xian Xian, Jing Xiu, Gu Hua, and the others kept on laughing. They naturally felt the movement. The divine land is actually cooperating with us. The divine land also feels that it can't bear the burden. The sin is too heavy. The Yonko is going against the heavens. The divine land has turned around and the world-ending flood is coming. This time, Gu Chansha and the calm deity department will die. Amazing. The heavenly king of disasters, Gu Hua, only felt that his disaster source was growing, and there were new changes everywhere. Because the divine land had automatically triggered the disaster, he had absorbed a huge amount of disaster energy. This way, his cultivation had also improved and he had comprehended it. This time, I've made the right bet. There's an explosion in divine land and a world-ending flood. Even if Gu Chansha can suppress it, the hearts of the people will definitely fall. In addition, there are many heavenly kings and countless reincarnated stars causing chaos, spreading the theory that the Emperor of Heaven has descended and the imperial court is full of sins. The Yonko is in chaos, and the devil race will take the opportunity to attack. Jing Xiu was overjoyed. No matter how strong Gu Chansha is, how can he fight against the heavenly Tao? After killing Gu Chansha, the Emperor of Heaven will come out and control the situation. Naturally, he can help the heavenly Tao defeat Gu Taxian. The outcome is set. Kill. Xian Xin pushed his power to the limit. Ning Qingshuang, do you see that? The divine land has already activated its instincts. The divine land hates the calm deity department, and the Yonko has reached its limit. It wants to use its own power to turn the situation around. The calm deity department is finished, and so is the Yonko. After I catch you, I will make you beg for death. How dare you betray me? Bitch, it's hard for you to kill yourself. I won't let you. Xian Xin, Jing Xiu, Gu Hua, Gu Tanjian, and Gu Changjian continued to attack without restraint. They knew that this time, they had made the right bet. The heavens and earth could no longer tolerate the Yonko and the calm deity department. Chinsha, we need to think of a way to suppress the flood in the divine land. Otherwise, there will be a huge loophole. At this time, Lu Baiyue was high in the sky, looking at the divine land, and realized that the situation was getting chaotic. The divine land's own power is hard to suppress. Gu Chinsha said, "This is the beginning of a great change. If my calculations are correct, the divine land will first explode, causing a flood that will cleanse the land and rivers. Then it will rise and become the heavenly court. There will be huge fluctuations, and with my current strength, I can't completely suppress the divine land and stop it from rising. This is the combined power of the heavenly realm. Only when I become a celestial can I temporarily slow down the rise of the divine land. But I already have a way. That's why I created the divine land gourd, gathering the power of faith, extracting the essence of the divine land, and creating the true divine land within the divine land gourd. That way, the people will be completely absorbed into the true divine land, just like the divine land. But we've lost the central divine land," Lu Baiyue said. "The hearts of the people are even more chaotic, and if we want to take in the people, many of them won't agree. After all, their roots are in the divine land. In addition, There will be many people who will add fuel to the fire. That will put our rule in danger. That's true, Gu Qinsha said. However, that's the only thing my father considered. That's why he opened up the four wilds and occupied the wildlands. At the same time, he built all sorts of feng shui layouts to suppress the divine land. Now that the divine land is exploding, the heavenly Tao has expended a lot of its power. It won't be easy to destroy the world. Naturally, I'll suppress the divine land first, and then take care of all the monsters that keep popping up. Gu Qinsha waved his hand, and the divine land gourd flew up into the sky, radiating power that transformed into a rain of magical symbols that fell down onto the lands of the divine land. In an instant, wherever the rain of runic light reached, the flood would reseed into the ground, and the mountains and rivers would return to normal. Not only that, the explosion of the old capital city, the lava from the old palace, and the rain of fire would all disappear without a trace. The imperial capital and the imperial palace, which had been blasted to smithereens, were restored to their original state by the magical symbols. Even the commoners who had died in the explosions were resurrected by the magical symbols. They had been resurrected, or perhaps created anew, by an omnipotent power akin to the heavenly Tao. The floodwaters had receded, and the divine land should have been a scene of devastation. But now, it looked exactly the same as before the floodwaters had arrived. The fertile fields, the land, and the houses had all been restored. It was as if time had been reversed. However, it wasn't true. Gu Qinsha had used his boundless magic to restore the divine land. This was no longer the power of the heavenly longevity realm, or even the heaven primal realm. It was a power that was very close to the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao was omnipotent, but Gu Qinsha's power was so profound that it was essentially on par with the heavenly Tao. To use an analogy, the heavenly Tao was a mountain of gold, and Gu Qinsha was a tail of gold. There was a huge difference in quantity, but in essence, they were both gold. Gu Qinsha's true power was on full display. He had suppressed the divine land. Even the divine land itself felt like it couldn't budge. He had not suppressed the divine land, but the future heavenly court. He had used his own power to suppress the future heavenly court's restlessness. What? In an extremely secretive place, in the distant turbulence of space and time, the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Qinsha, had been paying close attention to the divine land. When he saw the apocalyptic flood wave, he had been extremely excited. He knew that his chance had come, and he had wanted to immediately activate his plan. But what happened next shocked him. Because Gu Qinsha had instantly suppressed the apocalyptic flood wave and even restored the divine land that had been destroyed. From start to finish, in less than 2 hours, the commoners of the divine land had experienced the baptism of destruction and salvation. Almost everyone felt like they were in a dream, reading a better reading experience. Chapter 852. The great calamity is coming, and the divine prefecture is shaken. However, Gu Qinsha, the head of the calming immortal department, used his boundless cultivation base to suppress the calamity. His power is virtually enough to control everything. Quite a few people died in the calamity just now. My mother was drowned in the flood, but after the flood subsided, she was resurrected. The calming immortal department is truly invincible. My grandfather and grandmother were living a happy life in the old capital city. Who could have imagined that the capital city would suddenly explode, turning them into ashes? Now, they're completely resurrected. This is a godly miracle. Inconceivable. His Highness Gu Qinsha of the calming immortal department can already gain enlightenment of good fortune and do anything. In other words, if we follow him, we can live forever and never die and enjoy endless, immeasurable good fortune. If you follow the calming immortal department, you can live forever. His Highness Gu Qinsha is the Supreme Lord who controls life and death. I can't believe something like this actually happened. We're not dreaming, are we? This series of events spread across the entire divine Great Land in just a blink of an eye. Then it spread to the four wastelands. In just a blink of an eye, the entire country knew about it. Everybody had seen the Great Flood. Basically, they couldn't avoid it. They could only resign themselves to fate. However, Gu Chunsha had managed to suppress it. This kind of shocking power didn't make the people in the country confused because of the disaster. Instead, they became more united. They had a kind of blind trust in Gu Chunsha and the tranquil immortal department. That was exactly what Gu Chunsha wanted. He wanted to have the destiny of the nation reach its most powerful state in an instant. Once that happened, the common people, as well as the countless experts with ulterior motives, would feel that the calming immortal department was unfathomable and undefeatable. As a result, the nation's destiny would reach a pinnacle, and everyone's hearts would be completely united. Even those with ulterior motives would feel fear. Fear would suppress their ambitions to the lowest possible level. Some people would even give up on their ambitions and would instead feel reverence for the calming immortal department and wouldn't dare to make any more moves. In the blink of an eye, the hearts of the people were united, and Gu Chunsha could sense that the power of the sacrifices was much purer than before. Furthermore, the unity of all living beings was much greater. Breakthrough, return to the origin. Gu Chunsha received the support of this power, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached a terrifying level. He broke through a few realms, and the Divine Land Gourd not only made up for the consumption of suppressing the Divine Land this time, but also made great progress. They probably don't know what I'm capable of. In this tribulation, my strength will also improve. As the saying goes, the more difficult it is, the more prosperous the country will be. When Gu Chunsha was done, he put away the divine prefecture bottle gourd and comprehended even more things. Tribulations can destroy a country, but if used well, they can be used as motivation. Just like the devil calamity of the past, not only did they not destroy our Yonko, but our Yonko citizens were also tempered. It's just that we didn't have enough time, and the true potential of our citizens couldn't be unleashed. But after this, they will deeply understand that a great disaster is right in front of them. Perhaps it will change in an instant, and everyone will die a violent death. The world is heartless, and the only way is to fight against the heavens. Chunsha, you actually suppressed the eruption of the Divine Land's tribulation. The higher-ups of the Celestial Tranquility Department were all stunned. They knew that Gu Chunsha was strong, but had never expected him to be this strong. The martial sage could never have imagined that Gu Chunsha would not only suppress the fluctuations of the Divine Land's tribulation, but also bring the dead citizens back to life and restore everything to its previous state. This was a level that he could not even imagine, not even reaching the primordial heaven level. Right now, Gu Chunsha's cultivation base had reached a level that no one could hope to reach. I can only barely suppress the eruption of the Divine Land's tribulation. Only when I advance to the Celestial Master level will the situation change completely. Gu Chunsha waved his hand and said, "The next eruption of the Divine Land's tribulation will be even more powerful, but I have a series of assurance that I will advance to the Celestial Master level before the Great Tribulation arrives. If the first round of the Divine Land's tribulation can defeat me, then I will basically be useless, and how will I have the ability to compete with the Emperor of Heaven? Now, we have to seize the time and unite the hearts of the people of the world again. We must not let our guard down. The Great Tribulation has already begun, and sooner or later, the Divine Land will rise to become the Celestial Court. In the process of the Divine Land becoming the Celestial Court, all the living creatures on it will be cleansed. With my current cultivation base, I cannot stop this change because this is the general trend of the future. Even if I cultivate to the primordial heaven level, I will not be able to stop it. Xian Xin, Jing Xiu, Gu Hua, Gu Tanjian, and Gu Changjian are still attacking the Heavenly Mother Formation. Should we kill them all? Snatch the heart of the Four Barons? There's no rush. Let them attack the Heavenly Mother Formation. The heart of the Four Wilds is no trifling matter. I can suppress the power of the four wilds, but I'm currently suppressing the divine prefecture. What's more, these five have the support of a mysterious heavenly king. I wonder if it's primal chaos, zenith heaven, east flower, or even wisdom. It might even be the four heavenly kings. Gu Chansha said, "The first thing I need to do now is to devour heavenly king of Jin, the primordial dragon gate, the 3,000 true gods, and the many demons. That way, I'll have the capital to become a celestial lord." Heavenly king of Jin is in the dark now. He thinks that the calamity of the divine prefecture is here for him. He subdued the 3,000 true gods and accumulated enough power. Then he sent God Maha to subdue the old demons in the depths of the demon realm. Demon and God is one. I'll give him something more. Suddenly, Gu Chansha activated his own power. His own sacrificial power seeped into the depths of the primordial dragon gate. At this moment, the depths of the primordial dragon gate were full of vitality. There were worlds everywhere, and Dragon Chi was flourishing. It was many times better than the half-dead state before. This was the result of the sacrificial power of the true gods. If the sacrificial power of the 3,000 true gods was used well, it could turn the heavens and the earth upside down. These true gods have been operating in the divine prefecture for tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. They had absorbed the sacrifices of countless people and had even swapped themselves for the noble blood of the divine prefecture. They had become the people of the divine prefecture, the true leaders of all things. Therefore, their sacrificial power had nourished the primordial dragon gate, causing it to explode in power. In addition, the primordial dragon gate had also been nourished by the Devil Clan's old-timers, who had also swapped their own blood for the divine prefectures. They had long since discovered that the divine prefecture's bloodline was the noblest and most miraculous of all. It came from the depths of the soul and was something they were born with. It surpassed all life forms born from primal chaos. Some of the old-timers knew that the people of the divine prefecture, as well as the people born from the divine prefecture, were experimental subjects that even the heavenly Daos couldn't control. Even among ordinary mortals, heaven-defying people could be born. It wasn't that they could defy the heavens, but rather that they wanted to. The heavenly Daos couldn't change their minds. The human heart was hard to fathom. Many of the Devil Clan's old-timers and the sacrificial power of the 3,000 true gods were gathered in the primordial dragon gate, but Gu Chansha wasn't aware of it. The immense sacrificial power surged through the depths of the primordial dragon gate, and Gu Chansha's sacrificial power quietly seeped into it, becoming a catalyst of sorts. If the sacrificial power of the primordial dragon gate was a sea of oil, then Gu Chansha's sacrificial power was a spark that ignited the entire primordial dragon gate in an instant. At this moment, Chu Feng, who was the incarnation of Heavenly King of Jin, was surrounded by several hundred reincarnations of Xing Chun. They were all found among the commoners. These reincarnations of Xing Chun had long been monitored by the Department of Calming Immortals, but they had always been unwilling to work for them. However, Heavenly King of Jin had secretly roped them in, and in the blink of an eye, these people had gathered around Chu Feng. Chu Feng also accepted the sacrificial power of hundreds of reincarnated stars, adding to the power of the primordial dragon gate's sacrificial power. Reincarnated stars also had great destiny and great fate, so their sacrificial power was no small matter. In fact, some of the folk's wild gods and grass gods didn't dare accept the sacrificial power of reincarnated stars. Once they did, the statues would scatter, and the Een spirits of the grass gods and wild hair gods would scatter. Your Excellency, our chance has come. The heavens are raining down a flood to wipe out the world. It's clear that the Department of Calmness and the Yonko have been angered by the heavens and the people. They can't hold on any longer. The reincarnated literati star had already sensed the disaster and was overjoyed. The other reincarnated stars also knew that the time to make great contributions to the heavenly law and the heavenly court had arrived. That's right. Now, you should quickly spread the idea that the Yong dynasty is defying the heavens and causing disasters in the world. If all the common people and officials rein in their horses in time, they can be saved. Otherwise, they will be buried together with the Yong dynasty. Also, the most important thing is to gather all the people who reincarnated from the stars and pull them under my command to worship the Dragon Gate of the untainted land. Chu Feng knew that this was the time to plunder resources. If he could wantonly plunder, his status would be very high in the future. Moreover, he knew that even now, he had subdued 3,000 true god sacrificial priests, subdued the demon race, and subdued the reincarnated stars. With these accumulations, as long as he digested them, he would be able to compete with the chaotic heavenly king. He didn't know who would be the first heavenly king in the future. If I can refine Gu Qinsha, I will be the #1 subordinate of the Emperor of Heaven in the future. I will even obtain the eternal favor of the heavenly Tao. Even the Emperor of Heaven won't be able to touch me. My status will be even higher than the Sun Moon Lord. Chu Feng had wishful thinking, but at this time, Gu Qinsha had already suppressed the fluctuations of the divine land. Chapter 853. 1 second remember 09 to provide you with exciting reading. Chapter 850. Devouring Dragon Gate. Just as Chu Feng and the others were about to rub their palms together and take advantage of the great tribulation of heaven and earth to fight, Gu Qinsha actually suppressed the world-destroying flood of the divine prefecture and even restored the people and creatures who died in the great tribulation. The land also returned to normal. This gave Chu Feng, the incarnation of the gate of Jin Heavenly King, quite a fright. Chu Feng almost couldn't believe it. Impossible, impossible. How could he completely restore all the damage caused in the divine prefecture? This is simply unimaginable. Even if my cultivation was a step higher, even if I gathered all the reincarnated people from the divine demon star, or even gathered all the power of the 9 heavenly kings, it would still be impossible to do this. What is this Gu Qinsha doing? Where does his power come from? Lord Heavenly King, I'm afraid something has changed. What should we do? At this moment, the youth that once Yu Xing had transformed into was also extremely shocked. If that's the case, the great calamity has been suppressed by Gu Qinsha in an instant. The hearts of the people in the world have once again gathered to the extreme. I can feel that the fate of the country is almost burning up. I can feel it too. The expressions of the several hundred Xing Chun reincarnators present were extremely unsightly. Some of them even harbored thoughts of converting to the calming immortal department. Everyone present was a hero, so they could naturally see that after Gu Qinsha suppressed the apocalyptic flood, the fate of the nation rose to the sky as the general of people's lives continued to spread the news. They could even see that it was about to condense into a physical form. Anyone who had a little success in Taoist techniques could see that strange scene. This was the result of the unity of the people, the unity of the whole country, and the sincere support of a certain person. Damn it, the great disaster of the divine land even helped Gu Qinsha this time, making people feel that the world is going to be destroyed immediately in the Great Tribulation. So they're holding on tightly to Gu Qinsha and the Tranquil Fairy Department. Chu Feng knew very well that if it wasn't for the apocalyptic flood wave, the nation's fate and the people's hearts wouldn't be so condensed. 09, small, say net. 09, this sort of kingdom fate, was like a flame that could burn everything. As the ruler of a kingdom, Gu Qinsha was supported by this kingdom fate. It was simply too terrifying. What do we do now? Are you going to use your power or not? At this moment, the reincarnated youth of Literati Star said, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. I think Gu Qinsha actually suppressed the great calamity of the divine prefecture, but he must have dispersed a lot of his power. Just like the fight between Gu Taxian and the heavenly Tao. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. That's right. I'm also thinking about it. Otherwise, I would have gone to suppress Xian Exin, Jing Xiu, Gua, Gu Tanjian, and Gu Changjian. Chu Feng calculated carefully for a while and said, Let's follow the original plan and launch the plan of destruction. I will activate the chaotic dragon gate now and trigger the demon disaster. I want to see if Gu Chansha can suppress the divine prefecture's world annihilation flood. If he can suppress the demon disaster, can he stop me? As he spoke, Chu Feng's body moved. Immediately, he communicated with the chaotic dragon gate. I will take out a part of my origin and activate it together with the chaotic dragon gate. Together with the demon race, we will launch an attack. In a single strike, we will create an earth-shattering shockwave. Not only will we turn the entire Sin prefecture into dust, we will also destroy the situation that Gu Chansha has painstakingly built up. I want the land to be filled with demon race. If the people don't get killed by the demon race, they just need to kneel and call me Heavenly King of Jin, and the demon race will retreat. In this way, the hearts of the people will immediately belong to me. I will control the true God ancient demon, the reincarnated Xing Chun, and become the guardian of the people of the divine prefecture. Everyone will worship me, and my strength will be far beyond what it is now. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the reincarnated Xing Chun looked at each other, especially the reincarnated literati star. He felt that Chu Feng's plan was simply invincible. Think about it. The demon race was wreaking havoc on the divine prefecture, and everyone was in danger. At that time, not even the Department of Tranquility would be able to save them. As long as they knelt and called him Heavenly King of Jin, the demon race would not harm them. Then, how many people would worship and worship the Heavenly King of Jin? After receiving the power of worship, what terrifying realm would the Heavenly King of Jin's cultivation reach? If this continued, the primal chaos, zenith heaven, and the other 8 heavenly kings combined would not be a match for the Heavenly King of Jin. In this great calamity, the Heavenly King of Jin had already gained the absolute upper hand. Chu Feng's origin seeped into the chaotic dragon gate. At this time, a huge change occurred in the depths of the chaotic dragon gate. Countless densely packed worlds appeared like stars in the sky, and dragons were born in each of them. They were the Star Dragon race. The Star Dragon race was a miraculous existence born in the chaotic dragon gate. However, as time passed, the power of the chaotic dragon gate weakened, and it became difficult for the Star Dragon race to be born. But now, these star dragons were like bamboo shoots after the rain. They were born in dense numbers, as though they had gathered into a huge flood. As soon as these star dragons were born, they began to absorb the power of the stars. The stars outside seemed to have dimmed for a moment. The billions of stars in the heavenly realm had vast energy and were almost invincible. However, there were simply too many star dragons in the chaotic dragon gate. As they absorbed, the billions of stars seemed to be unable to bear it. What's going on? How did the chaotic dragon gate expand so much? Chu Feng, who had inserted the origin into the depths of the chaotic dragon gate, was shocked. Even if my origin and the chaotic dragon gate fused, there would not be so many star dragons. The star dragons are the pinnacle of dragons. They can swallow stars and spit out moons. In the future, I will rely on these star dragons to control the heavenly court's door and guard the most important entrance. Buzz at this time, Chu Feng felt his heavenly king's origin flowing out continuously. It seemed like he could not control it at all, and it was all being inserted into the chaotic dragon gate. What's going on? What's going on? Chu Feng's expression changed greatly. He could not speak at all. With a swoosh, his body entered the depths of the chaotic dragon gate. In the eyes of the people present, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. They only saw Chu Feng activating the power of the chaotic dragon gate. An earth-shattering aura surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the aura from the depths of the chaotic dragon gate caused many of the reincarnated Xing Chun to tremble in fear. They thought it was the power of the Jin Heavenly King, so they were delighted. Chu Feng disappeared. He was absorbed into the chaotic dragon gate. The reincarnated literati star said, "Everyone, the gate Jin Heavenly King is about to activate the peerless secret technique and launch the universe strike. Our opportunity has come. This time, we have made a great contribution to the heavenly court. In the future, your positions will be greatly improved. You should know that we, the reincarnated Xingchen, are here to face tribulations. Once the tribulations are over, we will return to the original body of the star. The next time we face tribulations, it might not be our own consciousness. However, if we can perform a meritorious service, then things will be different. We will be able to break free from our shackles and become immortal officials. Although we won't be on the same level as the 9 heavenly kings, we will still be able to enjoy endless longevity. For hundreds of millions of years to come, we will be able to observe the changes of the world. That's right. In the future, the heavenly court will be like that. As long as you can enter the heavenly court, you can enjoy eternal life. Other than the heavenly court, anyone from the lower realms, be it devils, demons, immortals, or even celestials of the heavenly longevity realm, will face tribulations in the future. They will die, and when they die, they will enter the underworld to be reincarnated. At this time, a voice resounded, "Don't be fooled by the fact that heavenly longevity realm experts are practically unfettered. But that's because the heavenly court has yet to come into being. These bandits and tyrants can carve out their own territories. Once the heavenly court is established, order will be established. At that time, heavenly longevity realm experts and heavenly venerables will all die. They won't live as long as heaven and earth. The funny thing is that those heavenly venerables and heavenly longevity realm experts don't understand. They're actually cheering for the future heavenly court. What fools! Who's there?" When the hundreds of reincarnated Xingchen heard this voice, their faces fell. That was especially true of the reincarnated literati star. Looking into the void where the voice had come from, he saw a figure that he would never be able to see. It was none other than the Lord of 7 stars, Zhugaya. Zhugaya, the reincarnated youth of literati star, squeezed out the 3 words from the gaps between his teeth. "How dare you people?" Zhugaya roared. "You're from a celestial communist bureau, and yet you have such a deep hatred for us? You want to exterminate the common people of the divine continent and bring a devil bane to this place. Have your hearts turn black, or have your souls turn black? So you knew all along, Zhugaya. You just wanted to catch us all in one fell swoop, didn't you?" The reincarnated literati star knew that there was no point in arguing. In any case, they had to shed all pretense of cordiality. "Your celestial communist bureau and Yonko's doomsday is upon you. As the Lord of 7 stars, don't tell me you haven't sensed the changes to the Tao of Heaven. The Tao of Heaven raised you and gave birth to you. Now you're defying it? Am I black-hearted, or are you black-hearted? You really are the reincarnated literati star." Zhuga shook his head. "It seems that you are determined to go against the imperial court. In that case, I can't save you. But if I tell you the truth, you might despair. His Royal Highness Chansha has already used his power to devour the heavenly king of Jin. It's not called devouring. It's just taking away his heavenly king's origin and turning him into an ordinary person, just like Fa Wuxian, Jing Fanxing, Emperor Wu, and the others. His Royal Highness hasn't killed for a long time, and he won't kill anyone. The same goes for you guys, so you don't have to worry about dying. Even now, I'm just taking away all your mystiques and powers, as well as the origin and identity of Xingchen's reincarnation. That way, you'll lose everything, and you'll realize how precious your lives are. You won't think that you're high and mighty, and you won't see the common people as ants. You'll also lose your lives in the calamity. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 854. Zhugaya, don't try to scare us. The young man from Literati Star said angrily, "The gate Jin Heavenly King controls the gate of the celestial court and is great luck. How can you rebels compare to him? You people are the poison of the world. Without you, the world will be much more peaceful. In the future, the celestial court will establish order and everyone will be at peace. There will be no more conflicts, which is a good thing. But you people are forcing your strategy for your own benefit. You want everyone to become geniuses, saints, and even oddities. Think about it. How is that possible? If there was no order and hierarchy in the world, and everyone was the same, what would happen? What is the meaning of existence? Everyone will lose the meaning of existence. You people are the pinnacle of the evil path. I won't allow scum like you to exist and disturb the order of the world. Chang Wu-Tsiu, the reincarnation of Literati Star, walked the demonic path. He won't have a good ending, and he'll sink forever. The demons in the demon realm are not actually demonic, but part of the heavenly path, a part of the Yin. Calmness immortal agency is the true demonic path. Looks like you have a strong will. The reincarnation of Literati, Star thinks too much and unknowingly enters a state of self-enslavement. Zhuge Ye did not want to say anything more to the young man from Literati Star, so he pointed with his finger. ZZT. A ray of starlight shot out and enveloped the reincarnated Literati Star youth. Immediately, the young man felt the source in his body flowing away. It was the profoundness of Literati Star. You, Zhuge Ye, how dare you take away my identity as Literati Star and my cultivation? How dare you? You rebel, you'll die a horrible death. The reincarnated Literati Star was trembling. He tried his best to resist, but to no avail. He couldn't help but roar. Everyone, hurry up and deal with him. If he succeeds, we'll all fall into oblivion. Immediately, the hundreds of reincarnated Xing Chun burst forth with brilliant light, wanting to stop Zhuge Ye and even wanting to seal Zhuge Ye in a final struggle. You people are truly thickhead and thickhead. If you could repent in time, there would still be room for you to atone for your sins. But now, your hearts are rotten, and there is no cure. Since you all want to become ordinary people so badly, I'll grant your wish. Zhuge Ye was now a celestial, and his fighting prowess was so shocking that he could even deal with Heaven Longevity Realm old-timers. After all, he was the Lord of 7 stars. Originally, he had been burdened by a powerful fate that had prevented him from becoming a celestial. But now that he had broken the shackles of fate, he could unleash terrifying levels of power. With a slight movement, the attacks of these hundreds of reincarnated stars were all absorbed by his body. Their attacks had no effect on Zhuge Ye. All they did was increase Zhuge Ye's power. Zhuge Ye waved his hand again, and the entire area was locked down. A huge vortex appeared above the heads of the reincarnated Xing Chun. Hundreds of reincarnated Xing Chun's bodies had their essences absorbed, which then merged into Zhuge Ye's head, causing the suction force to multiply. Why do you people have to go to such lengths? Zhuge Ye couldn't help but shake his head when he saw that they couldn't even fight back. However, his attacks only grew more vicious. These people were thickhead and thickhead, so he had to extract their power and reduce them to mortals. Only then would they understand the value of life. In just a few breaths of time, all of the reincarnated Xing Chun had lost their power and essences. They were all just ordinary people who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. These people all began to howl in grief. Lord Zhuge, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cooperated with the heavenly king of Jin men. I'm willing to join you wholeheartedly. Please return my power to me. Some people wept bitterly. You really don't know how lucky you are. Zhuge Ye sighed. I've helped you get rid of the shackles on you. From now on, you won't be bound by the heavenly laws and destinies. You can all develop greatly. As long as you sincerely repent, the doors of the tranquil immortal department will still be open to you. You can learn quickly and still cultivate to a higher realm. Yes, you're all ordinary people now, but you all know about the tranquil immortal department's human dragon fist. If you sincerely cultivate it step by step, you can still become a genius, a peerless genius, or even a natural-born saint. Zhuge Ye, you bastard. You've defied the heavens and gone against the heavens. You'll definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. You and Gu Qinsha will both die a horrible death. The reincarnated Literati Star Youth still didn't submit. Instead, he cursed loudly. He actually had a sense of loyalty. As expected of the Literati Star, You do have the strength of a scholar, but it's useless. Chang Wuziu. With a call, Chang Wuziu appeared in front of Zhuge Ye. Zhuge Ye pointed at the people in front of him. Go and imprison these people in Sin State City with Fa Wuxian, Martial Emperor, and the others. Then slowly persuade them to support themselves and let them experience the hardships of ordinary people. Apart from that, don't make things difficult for them or mistreat them. Zhuge Ye, you'll die a horrible death. You'll definitely end up in a miserable state beyond redemption. The reincarnated literati, Star Youth, continued to curse loudly. Chang Wuziu, you've done evil and gone against your own fate and will. You're also a traitor of the celestial court and an evil creature that will never be able to reincarnate. Chang Wuziu looked at the reincarnated literati, Star Youth, and just shook his head. Looks like you have to change, well, to be able to blend in with the ordinary people. How about this? You could be a normal person's excrement worker. Although many people have advanced to the Tao realm, a large portion of them are still in the mortal realm. They still produce excrement. You just need to get rid of this and comprehend at the lowest level. Only then will you understand some true principles. Chang Wuziu, you're not a human. You're a bastard. The reincarnated literati Star Youth was still cursing loudly. Chang Wuziu no longer cared about this person. This youth had been stripped of literati Star's profoundness and was no longer the reincarnated literati Star. He waved his sleeves and put these people into his sleeves. He took them to Sin State City to settle down. From start to finish, he didn't kill anyone. He was just reduced to a mortal. Zhuge Ye waved his hand, and the hundreds of star profoundness flew out. They merged into the Godland gourd and increased Gu Chencha's strength. At this moment, Gu Chensha had already controlled Primordial Dragon Sect. Within Primordial Dragon Sect, Sect Jin Heavenly King Chu Feng was panicking. A large portion of his Heavenly King source was absorbed by Primordial Dragon Sect, and he was fixed at the core of Primordial Dragon Sect. At this moment, Chu Feng saw Gu Chensha. Both of them were at the core of Primordial Dragon Sect, and even the 3,000 true gods didn't know what was happening. They only felt many worlds being born and giant star dragons roaring everywhere. Primordial Dragon Sect's power reached its limit, and everyone thought that Sect Jin Heavenly King's cultivation had risen once more. The 3,000 true gods didn't dare to act rashly and waited quietly for him to appear. No one knew that the core of Primordial Dragon Sect was changing hands. Chu Feng was in a desperate situation. Chu Feng, how have you been? I should call you Sect Jin Heavenly King, right? Gu Chensha smiled, the 5th-ranked Heavenly King. It's you, Gu Chensha. Chu Feng's heart was shrouded in fear. You've been planning for a long time. You've even secretly controlled me. That's right. Everything about you is under my control. It's all thanks to your 3,000 true gods that I was able to suppress the Divine Prefecture's world annihilation flood. Gu Chensha snapped his fingers. Sect Jin Heavenly King, you're indeed too weak to fight me. Even if Primal Chaos Heavenly King, the 9 Heavenly Kings, and the Lord of Sun and Moon joined hands, I still have a way to deal with them. Other than Emperor Heaven, I have no fear. You want to stir up trouble in my calming, immortal department? How can I let you do what you want? Gu Chensha. Chu Feng struggled with all his might, wanting to escape. However, when Gu Chensha moved slightly, it was almost destructive. A power that was close to the heavenly way arrived and immediately wrapped around Chu Feng. Then it began to extract him. The power of the entire untainted desolate dragon gate surged over, but when it reached Gu Chencha's side, it all submitted. Rumble. Just at this moment, 4 streams of energy suddenly appeared in the depths of the raging desolate dragon gate. These 4 streams of energy all entered Chu Feng's body, causing him to instantly break free from the restraints and almost regain control of the raging desolate dragon gate. Ha! Chu Feng finally laughed. Primal Chaos Heavenly King, Grand Heavenly King, East Flower Heavenly King, Wisdom Heavenly King, you finally know that I'm in trouble. I knew you would help me. Now, Guchan Shah, I want to see how shamelessly you can boast that even the 9 heavenly kings and the sun-moon lords can't handle you. Guchan Shah didn't reply. Instead, he sighed and said, "These 4 heavenly kings have been keeping an eye on you, but because of you, they've been exposed to me. I already know where they're hiding. Do you really think they can get you out of trouble with just their power? That's just wishful thinking." Divergent. Rumble. Guchensh's body erupted with an aura that seemed capable of breaking through everything. In this moment, he had comprehended the Tao of Divergent and had become a Divergent. Becoming a Divergent was the foundation of becoming a Celestial. The essence of a Divergent was to escape the fetters of the heavenly Tao. Guchan Shah wasn't comprehending ordinary Divergent, nor was he comprehending Divergent kings like the Xingqiang clan. He was a Divergent of all living beings, a supreme Tao that could make them Divergent. This was many times more difficult than the Divergent king. Guchensh's cultivation had a few steps. The first was to reach Tao Realm 36 transformations and comprehend the Divergent Tao. Then, he would become a Celestial and comprehend the Dragonless Heart technique. Now, he had completed the first step. A. Chapter 855. Guchen Shah had finally become a Divergent. This was also one of his trump cards. He had always been using it according to his plan. As the great calamity descended, he fused with the gods and demons, secretly peeking into a realm that was close to breaking away from the heavenly Tao and subduing ghosts and gods. And this kind of realm allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the path of deviance. Therefore, he turned his latent talent into a Divergent of all living things. If he became a Divergent, all living things would become divergent as well. This outlier's transformation was far greater than the Xingqiang clan's outlier king. Rumble. Guchensh's strength rose steadily, and he truly displayed his terrifying strength in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng's joyful expression suddenly froze. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at this moment. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. I've already said that only the Emperor of Heaven can compete with me. None of you can. Chu Feng, if the Emperor of Heaven doesn't make a move today, you're basically doomed. Of course, I won't kill you. I'll just extract your source energy and turn you into an ordinary person. You can still learn to live like an ordinary person. I also hope that you can turn over a new leaf. Guchen Shah grabbed again, and Chu Feng was unable to resist at all. Even the power of the 4 heavenly kings, Primal Chaos, Zenith Heaven, East Flower, and Wisdom, that he had just obtained were all captured by Guchen Shah. The power of the 4 heavenly kings gathered into his body. Guchen Shah nodded his head. What a great tonic. Guchen Shah, do you really think I don't have the power to fight back? Heavenly King's root, exterminate all ages. All of a sudden, Chu Feng unleashed his trump card. On his body, a myriad of divine lights intertwined, and another huge gate was born. As the gate changed, it resonated with the primitive dragon gate. In the blink of an eye, it was as though millions of divine dragons were soaring. This was him activating the connection between his heavenly king of Jin and the primitive dragon gate, sacrificing everything to kill Guchen Shah. This was his final trump card. If he did not succeed, the desolate dragon sect and himself would be sacrificed to the heavenly Tao and disappear. When he was reborn in the future, he would not be himself. Really good, you got guts. You're actually going to take me down with you. Guchen Shah nodded, and his expression grew a bit more serious. He waved his hands, causing light to fall like rain and talismans to fall like sand. The entire area was filled with a type of Chen Sha. Each grain of Chen Sha is like a heavenly court, containing all living beings, the legion of gods, the legion of devils, the legion of demons, the legion of immortals. There is nothing they can't contain. Inside the light rain talisman sand, heavenly King Jin's connection with the primordial dragon sect was severed. Crack! Chu Feng was like a deflated balloon. His entire body shriveled up, and his source energy was constantly being sucked out. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You actually have such methods and divine abilities. Chu Feng knew that he could no longer resist. Only now did he realize how terrifying Gu Chinch's strength was. Basically, no one could contend against him. Emperor of Heaven, quickly come out and suppress this fiend. If this fiend doesn't die, all of us heavenly kings will be devoured by him. At that time, even if you come out, you'll have to expend a lot of energy. If the Emperor of Heaven comes out now, he won't have enough power. If the heavenly talisman Great Emperor didn't exist, he would naturally be able to suppress the 4 seas and 8 desolaces, the countless worlds, the past, the present, and the future. But now, the majority of the heavenly Tao's power is entangled with the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. The newly born Emperor of Heaven's power is insufficient. He also has to follow the rules and slowly increase his cultivation base. It's impossible for him to be invincible the moment he comes out. Besides, since I'm a tribulation you speak of, I won't be destroyed so easily, right? Gu Qinsha said, the world before us is chaotic, but after the 36 years of heavenly talisman Great Emperor, there will be true order. In the future, the heavenly court will be established. But in the process of establishing, in order to destroy me, the greatest tribulation, there will be an arduous battle, and many people will die. It's even possible that the Emperor of Heaven will be gravely injured. Your thinking is too naive. Do you think you can rely on your strength to cause chaos in the calmness immortal division? Isn't this child's play? You'll be stripped away by me. As Gu Qinsha spoke, his voice was like a great bell. His voice kept vibrating and changing. In the end, it fused together and turned into a powerful note that circled around Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng twisted like a piece of dough. In the end, his foundation rushed out from the top of his head. It was a small door. This door was his origin. He was called the Gate Jin Heavenly King. After passing through this door, he could ascend to the celestial court and enjoy the changes of immortality. In the future, gods, devils, immortals, and even celestial venerables wouldn't be able to live forever. They would fall and weaken due to tribulations. Only by entering the heavenly court would they be able to live forever. This was the supreme authority of the heavenly court. However, in Gu Chinch's eyes, this was just a cage that the heavenly Tao strengthened. After the heavenly court was established in the future, there would be a new order in the world. But in reality, this would cause all living beings to lose any possibility of evolution. They would no longer be able to break through the heavenly Tao and ascend to a higher realm. This was not beneficial to the development of all living beings. Gu Qinsha wanted to break all of this. He was very much looking forward to what the future of the world would be like after all living beings were divergent. This was a kind of exploration spirit. Under Gu Qinsha's operation, all of Chu Feng's origin was stripped away. The primitive dragon gate trembled and turned into a tiny directly entering the divine prefecture gourd. Of course, many of the true gods in the primitive dragon gate didn't know what was going on. They thought that Chu Feng was operating his own body and doing all sorts of things. In a row of courtyards in Sin State City, hundreds of reincarnated stars who had been demoted to mortals gathered together. They were all powerless and weaker than ordinary people. Everyone felt like they had lost their parents and were deeply regretful. Only the reincarnated youth of Wenxiu, Star, glared angrily. Why are you all so dejected? Lord Gate, Jin, Heavenly King, is operating a supreme divine ability to reverse the situation. He will definitely save us and help us advance further. Now is the time to test our loyalty. If you all regret it here, how will you enter the heavenly court in the future and become immortal officials with immortality and enjoy a peerless position? Wenxiu, do you really think we still have a chance? One of the reincarnated stars frowned. He had a bitter expression. Can Lord Gate, Jin, Heavenly King, really help us turn things around? Of course. Lord Gate, Jin, Heavenly King, is so powerful. He controls the heavenly court and enjoys immeasurable benefits. Insignificant Gu Chansha and the tranquil immortal department are not worth mentioning in front of him, the reincarnated youth said fiercely. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. Zhuge grabbed someone. This person was Chu Feng. Chu Feng's aura no longer had any signs of being a heavenly king. Like the hundreds of people present, he had completely become an ordinary person. However, the hatred in his heart could almost drown the world. It was not inferior to the world-destroying flood wave. When Zhuge descended with Chu Feng, all the reincarnated stars screamed, "No, this is impossible. Lord Gate, Jin, Heavenly King, everyone, I've already told you that the Gate, Jin, Heavenly King, is just a child in front of His Highness Qinsha. He can't even withstand a single blow. His origin, destiny, and even the chaotic Dragon Gate have been taken by His Highness and integrated into the Divine Land Gourd. His Highness will even integrate the Heavenly Court, the Emperor of Heaven, and a series of other people into the Divine Land Gourd. You're lucky. You can start all over again. I'm afraid some people won't be able to start all over again." Zhuge put Chu Feng down and left. Lord Gate, Jin, Heavenly King, the reincarnated literati star almost fainted. He could not believe the scene in front of him. He thought it was an illusion. "Literati, don't worry. Although I've lost all my power, I'm still here. I'm the Gate, Jin, Heavenly King. After going through this tribulation, I'll be even more perfect. I'll be even more powerful in the future. This is a tribulation that the Heavenly Court must face in the future. After the Emperor of Heaven is born, he'll definitely help us recover our power." Chu Feng still did not give up, but he could no longer do anything. "Mr. Zhuge, I'll be monitoring these people secretly. Do you think the other Heavenly Kings will appear here? Will they rescue the Gate, Jin, Heavenly King?" Chang Wuziu asked Zhuge. He was monitoring these people closely. Although Chu Feng's origin has been taken away, he's still valuable. After all, His Highness didn't take away his memories and experience. He just needs to cultivate a little, and he'll be able to grow rapidly. Moreover, in the unseen world, he has his own destiny. Zhuge said, "You have to monitor him closely. Right now, His Highness has devoured his origin and the chaotic Dragon Gate. He's fusing the chaotic Dragon Gate completely. When that happens, the fate of the nation will completely explode. His Highness, Chansha, has comprehended the Supreme Dragon Path. First, he can make everyone in the world a genius, an unparalleled genius, then a natural saint, and finally, everyone will become an anomaly. If that's the case, I'm afraid even the Emperor of Heaven will be helpless," Chang Wuziu said. Hold down for 3 seconds to copy that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.